what is Policy Works? Say?
They do, it's involved with law. And so they work with lawmakers in the actually.
Okay.
It's very confusing.
Okay.
I haven't even really polished it out yet, but sounds very, very interesting. It's a social media coordinator position, so
Okay.
that's where I'm familiar now, so.
Very central to your marketing skills.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm a graphic design and social media marketing intern with Pop Job Center. So.
So maybe Kevin, I might bring you back up, and as we do these pitch competitions, we have a little conversation about coaching students and pitching, and maybe some things you've learned in how to coach a student to pitch an idea, how to get them to be articulate, coach them through problem solving. We do a lot of this, but being able to particular technological concept and pare that down into some simple language that anybody could understand, as we always say, pitching to an eighth grader. So I don't know, maybe the story of somebody that has pitched that, I'm trying to think who I can think of. So
I was going to ask, what are some of the memorable pitches that
Well,
you've seen?
And so I think too, gosh, we just had at 9 o'clock, we had coffee conversations with Michael Hanstead, who is the founder of Dead Barbecue Sauce. And I remember his first pitch, which was very unclear, selling barbecue sauce in a very saturated market and how you do that. And it was really interesting how we really dissected his pitch and really thought of the three to four main things he needed to communicate to his audience. In particular, how do you differentiate yourself in a market when you go into a Hy-Vee and there are 100 different types of barbecue sauce? And some things that I've learned with pitching students is that you have to back up, simplify your outline, know what those key points are, as opposed to memorizing a pitch and try to move from, if you forget, if you stumble, how do you get to a communication that you know in your head, here are the 4 or 5 things I need to tell the judges or the investor or whoever you're pitching to, and be able to pare that down. And I remember watching the process of Michael and his partner at the time, writing out the script and trying to memorize it and forgetting it, and then moving to getting so passionate about what they were selling, why it was better and different. And then you can watch a student transform. So practice makes a huge difference. The students today that you're hearing have had 24 hours to prepare, but most of them have probably done this before and have learned those lessons of how do you really you boil down your message in a way that is passionate. We talk to them about how do you start. You can start with identifying a problem and what is the solution to have that. You can use data. Did you know that there are 400 million people that are experiencing the same problem that you are? So how do you capture attention, get them to pay attention to what you're listening to so that the listener gets excited and wants to know more? But I always tell students, when you get to the end of your pitch, if the person has a lot of questions and doesn't quite understand it, you probably need to work on your pitch. What you want is for people to say, oh my gosh, that's brilliant. And yes, I want to buy one of these when we have it ready. And so maybe if you've got some examples on how you coach students and I think your microphone will work right there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's,
Come up and be on camera.
no, it's fine. Yeah, it's a good question because it is hard to do when you get 2 minutes to do something. It's just such an enormous constraint, but I think it's ultimately about storytelling. So I'm still trying to figure out how to coach storytelling, even though I think I'm fair at it myself. But it's been some years ago, but in one of the pitches in my class that I still remember, there was a student named Aaron McLean. And so he started his pitch, and Judy, you mentioned, describing the problem, because if you get your audience to buy into wanting to help you solve the problem, it's whatever the solution is, it will just clink into place without even having to describe it. And so he described it in 2008 when there was bad flood in Iowa, well, all in the Midwest. It was really terrible. That he was helping in Southeast Iowa, near he was from, shore up a levee. And so he was driving a 4-wheeler and there were people filling sandbags and people putting those on the back of sandbags, and suddenly a massive alarm went off, which is the alarm that the levee had broken, and they needed to get to high ground. And so I'm already blowing it. Anyway, he very concisely told that story in a wall of water, chasing these people who were driving these four-wheelers and vehicles till they got to higher ground. And of course, I knew he didn't die because he was standing in front of us. But he told the story in a compelling way so that you're really wondering if there's going to be death and destruction at the end. And there was destruction for sure, but everybody was okay. But his idea was, and he had an analogy for it as well. So analogies, metaphors can help with pitching as well. And so there's a bunch of agriculture students, most students in the class are agriculture students anyway. He talked about what's called a silage bag. It's this big tube, plastic tube that holds corn silage. And his idea was, I want to create that for sand so that we can create massive sandbags in an automated and fast way. You know, and just very quickly you understood it's like, okay, maybe that would have saved the levee instead of filling by hand these small sandbags. So I think storytelling, a compelling problem. I remember a student that you met, and I'm not going to remember his last name, Cliff. He'd been working on one idea that was really similar to what the Scout Pro guys were working on. So this is a long time ago. And he came, and I hadn't met him before, and he wanted my reaction to his idea. And I said, you know, have you talked to the Scout Pro guys? And he said, you're not going to tell them. No, I'm not going to tell them. But anyway, I knew they were working on something similar. And it's like, you could be a part of their team or something. Anyway, he's like, so you don't really like my idea? No. He said, oh, I've got another idea. And so he pulls out his smartphone and he shows me a picture of this kind of crude tin box device that had a big joystick and 3 or 4 buttons, I can't remember. And he explained that it's a replacement for a controller on a Sony PlayStation. And the reason that he and his dad had built it was that his sister has cerebral palsy, and so her motor controls are not great, and she can't handle the small joystick of a Sony PlayStation. And so they created this as a replacement so that she could play some games. And he said, what do you think of that? I said, God, Cliff, that's great. And he's like, do you even play video games? No, Cliff, I don't. Do you know anybody with cerebral palsy? No, I don't. Well, how do you know it's a good idea? Well, you know, and this is getting at what makes for a good pitch. What I know is that you made your sister's life better. And that's at the heart of what an entrepreneur does, is they create value in somebody else's life. And it's a very human story too. And, you know, so oftentimes in agriculture or as engineers or whatever, we get into the technical issues, and that's all okay. But if you can, in a pitch, touch somebody's heart as well as their head, then you've got something that's really powerful.
I do remember that. That was a great story. Well, when you talk about technology, we work with a lot of faculty members here, very brilliant scientific faculty. But if your investor doesn't understand the technology, how do you make them understand it in a very simple way? So there's an art to doing that. The other thing I see with students is knowing how to end their pitch. Because the last thing you want to do is end with, yeah, that's my idea.
Trail off.
End with, yeah, that's my idea.
Trail off.
And so, you know, a really great for anybody listening, a great pitching tip is to finish where you started. And so again, my name is Kevin Kinley, and I bring you, you know, the joystick for blah, 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 whatever. And so just helping them have a beginning and an end, those skills apply to anything they'll do in the future. So how to present, how to share a message, how to come up with a new idea within your organization, how to create your own business idea. So there is an art to pitching that I say, if anything else, learning how to pitch, knowing what your story is, practicing it enough so that that story comes from your heart, not from your note card or from your outline. Let me see if our next picture is ready to go, and we'll bring on the next person to wow you. Let's see. Okay, next we're gonna bring up Anthony Ward. Now, Anthony has pitched before, but not this topic. This is gonna be a new topic for you, and you know that the category is innovative product for pets. Put you at the microphone. And you know, come someone, our judge?
Yes.
All right, there you go. Samantha will time you.
2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Go. Okay, so my name is Anthony Ward, and currently 68% of households in the US own pets, with over half of them being dogs. Unfortunately, a lot of dog owners don't take the time to properly train their pets, with only 4% actually enrolling them in training services. And we all know that one friend who has a very poorly trained dog. Perhaps you are that one friend who has a very poorly trained dog. Well, rest assured, today I'm introducing NatureTrain, which is the first natural training program, which is easy and convenient to train your dog. We all know Pavlov's famous dogs and how they've shown the effectiveness of classical conditioning on training our canine pets. Unfortunately, no one knows how to really effectively implement classical conditioning on their pets. Primarily, it operates on 3 pillars, which is 1, picking a habit to enforce, rewarding that habit, and consistently reinforcing it. NatureTrain is a 3-pronged system which enforces these pillars through a dog treat, product, and an app, all obtained through our cheap $10 per month subscription service. When you subscribe, you will receive a phone case in the mail that has a cartridge at the bottom of it for dog treats. Dog treats come in a cartridge that you place into that phone cartridge every single day. And in that subscription, we send you a new flavor every single month of those dog cartridges. So every morning, now you have the treats available to reinforce good habits of your dog. And because the treats are readily accessible, then you have nothing dissuading you not to do it. Also, the cartridge works with our app. Every morning, you get a notification on your phone that tells you which habit you will be training. So when you get the app, you type in your dog's information, and it suggests a program for you to actually train your dog. Like for 2 weeks, it would suggest how to roll over. And all I have to do is reinforce that throughout the day. Thank you.
2 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Anthony. So could you describe in a little bit more detail how the treat vending machine, I guess, is that how I should think about it?
Have you seen a phone that has a phone charger attached to it, like a case that has the chargers? Sure, the little charger back at the bottom of it.
Yeah.
So it'd be the same thing. This would just be a stick. It's not like it's a huge treat like you can get in a bag. It would just be a little stick that can be broken up into bits.
Okay.
And the cartridge would be about the same size as that phone charger bank at the bottom of your phone case. And then there'd just be a little dispenser button that breaks off a bit of that treat. So it's non-intrusive on your phone. It doesn't add much extra size. And now, because it's readily available, now you're not dissuaded from, your dog does something that you're trying to train, but you've got to get up, go get the treats, and you've lost your opportunity to train the dog. So because it's easy for the trainer, now they're much more likely to actually take advantage of training the dog. They don't have to learn how to train the dog because the app tells them how to do it every single morning. And it's natural training because now, since it's happening on a regular basis, then it's not intrusive for the trainer, it's not intrusive for the dog. It's a very natural way, much similar to how a toddler or a child will learn.
Okay. So is it a identical pathway through from one dog owner to the next, or are the daily notifications and sort of the structure of the training dependent
Yeah, so
on
you would
interaction
type
with
in
the
your
app?
dog's information, and it would suggest a training platform. You say, like, I have a 1-year-old dog and this breed, so it would suggest a training program for that that's customized to it. So it's saying, like, okay, this breed is probably going to take about 2 weeks to learn how to roll over. And we would have all that pre-built in for some basic breeds. And then we would use machine learning to actually make the program more robust over time. So basically, as more owners input the dog's information and they check off that, maybe a German Shepherd on average takes 2 weeks to learn to roll over, whereas a Shih Tzu takes 1 week. So now, when we suggest a training program for your dog, we use machine learning to automatically, the algorithms get better and better over time.
Well, I know this business idea is probably hours old, but have you thought about subscription price and sort of the financials of what that might look like. for this
Yeah,
business.
so the dog treats would be super cheap. My dad actually works for a pet food company, so I've seen some of those prices. And $10 a month would more than cover treats for the month, especially because they're just a little stick and you're just putting one in per day. And then that would pay off. So the dog treats, that would feel like what you're getting for the subscription, and it would be new flavors each month, which would be really low overhead for us. But more importantly, is that would fund the development of the app, which would be the real proprietary technology.
And how long do you think it takes to develop that software?
I think you would start off with just a niche target of users, so like whatever the largest breeds are and the most common traits. And you could develop that, I would say, in a couple of months.
Okay.
And then you would grow it from there.
What do you think are some of the most challenging issues there are to train dogs?
I think it's the time of the person training it. People are very busy and justifying taking time to train a dog is hard.
Good job, Anthony.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Chloe Ball. Sam will give you 2 minutes to pitch and then 2 minutes for Q&A. This is Kevin, your judge, and you may remove that
What's your
here.
last name, Chloe?
Bald.
Okay.
BALD. Yeah. All right, whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Chloe Ball, and my job was to find an innovative product for pets. So me and my team decided to create a doggy IQ kit to measure the intelligence of animals. So I'm sure we've all had the questions on how smart are animals truly. And I know myself personally, as a dog owner, I happen to think that my dog is pretty smart, but there's not really a way to tell how smart she really is. So I teamed up with top animal behavior scientists to create a kit that measures instinctive intelligence and adaptive intelligence. So any dog that has like herded or hunting instinctive abilities, they get some IQ points that way. And then there's also a kit that includes a blanket, some cups, stopwatch, and a little map to measure your progress, to measure learned intelligence. So what you do is you set up this for your dog, and you'll put a blanket on their head and measure with your stopwatch how long it'll take for them to get out. And then you'll do the same thing with your cups. You'll throw a treat under the cup, measure how long it takes to find the treat, and then you'll be able to do that with a barricade as well. And yeah, so judging by how long it takes them to do all of those things, you can chart their progress and see how intelligent they truly are, and then be able to measure their progress through the future and see if they're able to get any smarter.
All right.
So any questions?
Thank you, Chloe. So what does I think you said animal behavior scientist?
Yeah,
What is that?
so it's just people who measure or who have worked with animal behavior, like we have like vets on campus, and
So has the IQ scale been developed, or is that part of what this business will have to do as well, have to develop it?
yep, so we're actually going to work on taking in data and then submitting that to the animal behavior scientists so that they are able to actually track further dog intelligence and see kind of progress with that there, because there isn't a set limit on how, smart animals truly are, but we're hoping to be a part of figuring that out.
So is this a one-time purchase, or?
It would be a one-time purchase, but then there could be a potential expansion packs in the future that could take it out over and stuff like that.
Okay, so you mentioned team, which I find interesting. Who's your team?
My team is actually here on campus. We have a vet clinic out, and they work with dogs, horses, cows, all of them. So just some people here on campus.
Okay. So, yeah, what does this look like over time? you mentioned a little bit about it. Can you describe to me in a little bit more detail what it looks like as people work with their dogs over time with some of this material and
Yeah,
kind of
so,
program you send?
yeah, so we will have a website where people can submit pictures or videos of their dogs, going through the courses there. And then we also plan on moving on to social media, so then having like top competitions that way. And as far as the potential for having expansion packs in the future, you know, like little kits that would include, kind of little different puzzles and stuff for animals that can measure that progress.
And did I understand right that there's two parts to doggy IQ? I think you said instinctive and.
Oh, yeah,
and
so there's
adoptive?
instinctive intelligence, so if you have like a pointer dog or like a herding dog, those types of things that can't necessarily be measured by our kid, but do factor into the dog's intelligence. So they will get kind of like bonus points, I guess you could say, if they have some of those.
Sure. And so you work at the vet clinic?
No, I'm just an entrepreneur, so this
Okay.
is just a kit that I'm working on.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out how this relates to your own interest and experiences.
Yeah, no, I just as a dog owner, I've always wondered how smart my dog truly is, so just developing a way to try to measure that.
Our dog has been gone for a while, but the main question was not how smart, but how dumb she was.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chloe. Very creative.
Thank you.
You're not just an entrepreneur, you are.
Oh, thank you.
So that will wrap up the pitches for this hour. So we will, oh, no, got one more.
No one's not the
Oh, we need to announce the winner. So do you need a couple minutes to think about it?
No.
So I'll have you come up to the camera then, Kevin,
Okay.
and the winner will get $100 for this hour. And then we also want to celebrate agricultural entrepreneurship because it's been the leader on our campus for many, many years on how to do it within the college, and we love partnering with you. So thank you.
Well, now it's wonderful to be joined by other programs.
It is.
We were the only ones for it.
It is, it's awesome.
Well, first, thank you to Isaac and Anthony and Chloe. Everybody was very creative. Everybody has really good pitching skills as well. With very little time to prepare. But I will give the nod to Anthony Ward for Natchez Train. His pitch was well prepared. He had statistics that seemed reasonable. I didn't Google to check them out as yet. He was really starting to form up some of the aspects and features of the business, not only having software, but thinking about it having machine learning capabilities and what that might take, thinking about the physical kind of features of the product of the dispenser for dog treats. He did a good job trying to pull in credibility where he could. So I think in particular, this example of saying my dad works for a company that manufactures dog food. So anyway, if you can meet your parents or whatever connection to bring yourself credibility, that helps as well. So anyway, congratulations to Anthony, but also congratulations to Isaac and to Chloe for putting in really good pitches.
Okay, you want to say something? We'll just see if we can hear you, but I didn't stop the screen yet.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I've stopped the screen, so you're on now. Let's see if this works.
Rolling. Awesome. Welcome to hour 2 of the entrepreneurship improv pitch competition. So before we start the next hour, we're going to meet Rebecca Runyon, former entrepreneurship student and currently the director of the Liberal Arts and Sciences Innovation and Entrepreneurship Academy program, which is new. So Rebecca's going to come up and talk about entrepreneurship in the Liberal Arts and Science College. So welcome, Rebecca.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Judy. It's a great time to be here. I would say, obviously, there's lots of exciting innovation and entrepreneurship efforts happening across campus, and I'm excited to be leading those happening in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. I began back in January, and already this semester, I've had the pleasure of connecting with so many students who are already working on great ideas that are making the world a better place. And something that was striking to me when I came into this position was to learn that the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences actually produces more businesses than any of the next 3 colleges combined. And that was exciting for me because it made me realize that the students in LAS are already innovators. They're already people who are trying to make that impact in the world. And the academy that I direct, the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Academy, is an opportunity for students to really accelerate that impact. And so we have students from all majors all across the college. So there might be a chemistry student sitting next to a psychology major, but they're all coming together to work on an idea that will make an impact in an area, whether it's a traditional business or entrepreneurship, making an impact in an existing organization. Or we also have paths for social entrepreneurs and civic innovators. And so the prerequisite that our Dean, Beat Schmidtman, loves to say is that the prerequisite for the academy is you have to be curious. Students do not need an idea when they enroll in the academy, but they're sure to leave with one and really a clear path in order to make that impact. And so what the experience really entails for students is it's great for them to plug in when they have about 2 years left at the university, because the fullest experience for the academy is 2 years long. During the first year, students go through a series of modules that equip them with a general set of skills that will help them bring whatever their idea is to life. And so the first year is set up, the modules vary from technical skill sets for entrepreneurship and innovation, communication skills, negotiation, just a broad range of things that belong in the toolkit for allowing students to successfully address real world issues. And I have a great committee that's helping me to bring this academy to life, experts on each of the modules from across the college. So we have department chairs from various departments. We have people who have been at the college a long time and work in a variety of areas. And so I feel very supported as I bring this to life. And students ultimately go forward into the second year of the academy and will be paired up with a mentor. And so the special thing about that is that if, for example, we have a computer science student developing an app, that person would then be paired up with an app developer who's an expert in the field, and they're able to work together throughout that second year of the academy to be, learning these successes and failures of that mentor and helping the student really make that impact that they came into the academy to make. The first year of the academy, students do receive 1 credit per semester. So if you're a student listening today, how to enroll is by going and signing up for LAS 345X. The name of that class is Innovation and Entrepreneurship 1. And then we'll go forward and explain how to get plugged in for the rest of the year's experience. But if you're curious, there's also an informational session occurring on April 27th, so next week, here at the Student Innovation Center up in the Launchpad. That's room 4250. And so students can come hear more about the academy, ask me questions. There will be snacks, so fun for there. But ultimately, I just encourage students, if you're curious, reach out. My email address is runyon, RUNYON, @iastate.edu, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions that with that. But
again, just if you are curious about making an impact in the world, we are able to help you accelerate that impact and really bring your idea from concept to creation. So thank you for tuning in, and I'm excited to connect with you.
So I hope my voice is picking up here, but we've got students lining up in the hallway to pitch. But before we do that, Rebecca, I would love for you to share your background in entrepreneurship. So Rebecca was a very prolific student entrepreneur at Iowa State, and your story is fabulous. So maybe talk about the businesses, because it's multiple, that you started, and even how you've helped other student entrepreneurs. If you don't mind sharing your own personal story and why we're so excited to have you in this role in the Liberal Arts and Science College.
Absolutely. Thanks, Judy. I was excited when I heard about this position because I was a student myself at Iowa State who benefited from a similar program. I was studying in the College of Ag and Life Sciences, and so I was plugged into a variety of their initiatives, including the Student Incubator Program. And then I went on to participate in SciStarters through the Papa John Center. For those who may not know, SciStarters is the Summer Business Accelerator Program where students essentially intern for their own company. And the company that I was interning for, the company I founded, was called Lunch Socks. And so Lunch Socks sells wool socks to provide meals for kids in need. And I started that company my junior year after realizing that really business is an agent of social change. And I had not necessarily thought about that when I came into college, never expected to leave as an entrepreneur. But when I realized that business is how our world is being shaped, that I wanted to be a part of that. And so I launched the company out of my college apartment my junior year, and was very fortunate to have so much support from those at the university to bring the idea to life. I wasn't born knowing skills of entrepreneurship and innovation, but I am just very thankful for the impact that those at the university had, and I'm excited to be giving that same support to students who are in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. The other company that I started sort of while at Iowa State was Bessie's Parlor. It's an ice cream business, and that this is still in the works of getting officially up and running, but definitely a great learning opportunity through both of those businesses. And I also had the fortunate opportunity to intern for another startup that was founded by an Iowa State student, actually a team of students. And I started off just doing their social media. And this company was developing solar food dehydrators for farmers in Eastern Africa to help eliminate food waste. And when I started, I kind of had to be convinced to even apply for the job, but it was one of the best decisions of my life because I went from being just a social media intern to eventually the operations manager, and I fit a variety of roles in between that time. But ultimately, when I was working for Kinosol, since it was such a small team in the startup environment, I was learning so many valuable skills that innovators and entrepreneurs need. I was learning it firsthand by working side by side with their CEO and other top leadership team members. And through that experience, I also was able to travel with Kinosol several times to Africa. And during that experience, it was helping me to see entrepreneurship at a global scale as well. And so I just am very thankful for the kind of windy path that led me to the position as director of the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Academy. But I do feel it's a great fit because of my background and experience with working for other startups. Another startup that I worked for a little bit last year, just doing some marketing help for them, would be Home Painter. And I think that this is just an example of how interconnected all of these student entrepreneurs and innovators really are at the university. Obviously, innovators are creative people, and so have more than just the skills that they might be applying to their own business. And so through SciStarters, the Summer Business Accelerator, I was connected with a team who is working on Home Painter. And so what that is, it's essentially Zillow for painters, connecting homeowners with paint contractors. And so I was helping out to market that product and get more painters onboarded, more homeowners aware of the service. And so I guess my experience is that collaboration has been just such an important piece of my entrepreneurial journey.
Perfect. Thanks, Rebecca. And Rebecca mentioned SciStarters at noon today. You can tune in because we're going to announce the next cohort of SciStarters. And we will have SciStarters from every college, including Liberal Arts and Science College this year. So Rebecca's now going to become our judge. So thank you, Rebecca. So Rebecca will now become the judge for this hour's pitch competition, improv pitch competition. So I'm going to pop out in the hallway and see if our first pitcher is ready to go. And for Rebecca, every student will have 2 minutes to pitch, and Sam will time that. There'll be a buzzer that goes off, and then you have 2 minutes for Q&A. And then you get to pick the winner at the end. Let's see who's ready. All right, okay. Sam will say time in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Rebecca's gonna judge you. I'm gonna get out of the camera. And
Did
Sam,
you have?
whenever you're ready.
Over 80 million pounds of food is wasted in the US every year according to RTS. Hi, my name is Sean Hamilton, and my product aims to decrease this massive issue by decreasing food waste. My product is a scale that can that will transfer pounds to cups. When you are cooking, the recipe typically would call for half a cup of tomatoes or 3/4 of a cup of celery or 5 cups of strawberries, whatever. But when you go to the store, there's a major disconnect in that you buy produce in pounds, not in cups. So what do? Using my scale, a consumer can take what they have already and see, okay, with 3 simple steps, the customer can first select the produce from a drop-down menu on the scale. Second, simply place the produce onto the scale. And third, the scale will automatically do the conversion for you. So you simply read the readout provided. So the customers now have the power to portion the food for themselves, so they know which tomato do I use. If the recipe calls for 1 cup of tomato, do you use the big juicy one or do you use the smaller tomato? Because if the consumer doesn't know, then and they start to cook, then before they realize it, they have the 1 cup of tomato they need, but they still have half a tomato left over. At best, the consumer will reuse this tomato in a future dish. At worst, this tomato will be completely wasted. A major competitor on the market today is food box delivery services such as Blue Apron or HelloFresh. These customers provide the pre-portioned food boxes. Thank you. All any questions?
Thanks, Jen. So I would just be curious as to why you decided that this product would be located in individuals' kitchens versus having it at the store.
Yeah, so I think definitely long range, it would be great to get it in stores themselves. However, I think initially that there would be a bit of pushback with stores because frankly, I think that they make money off of that waste. So if for them, it's better if every customer buys the big juicy produce versus maybe the smaller produce that they might actually need for the dish.
What do you imagine as the most difficult thing when commercializing this product?
I think the figuring out the equation of the weight to cups, because there's a lot of factors, depends on the recipe. So I think the first iteration of the product would be in general with maybe 12 to 15 of the most basic fruit and vegetables that most recipes call for, and then the second iteration would be something we start to be more niche. So maybe you can select, okay, will I dice these tomatoes or I crush these tomatoes? Because especially with products that have a lot of water in them, that can really throw off the weight to cup ratio.
And do you have any future ideas of things that would be beyond the cup level? Of there other units of measure, whether it's tablespoon, teaspoon, what thought has been given to that so far?
Yeah, so in my experience, the biggest disconnect is with the pounds to cups. However, definitely this can be scaled up or scaled down depending on the unit of measurement.
Who do you envision as your target customer for this device?
I think middle to less experienced cooks, Because I know people, expert cooks like my grandmother, they know that they can look at a tomato and they know how much that tomato is. But cooks like myself who are not very experienced, whereas, pick whatever one looks best off the produce shelf. So, to answer your question directly, the less experienced to the medium experienced chefs.
How did you land on the issue of food waste?
It's a massive issue facing our world today. We see all the time about, how many people are starving throughout the world, and we in America are, we have a lot of food and we waste a lot of food. So by decreasing that food waste, not only is it more economical for families, it's more sustainable.
So for the people who have already bought, the 10 tomatoes at the store, they brought it home, they now are using it, I actually only needed 2 tomatoes to make it for my recipe. What suggestions do you have for those other 8 tomatoes per se?
Yeah, I think those other tomatoes, could be used in alternative recipes. There's, you can can the tomatoes if, or you can refrigerate them to extend the shelf life by a few days. There's a lot of ways you can use produce. So I would just be creative, do maybe some exploring and looking around to see what can be used for, what alternative uses can be used for those produce.
That's all we have time for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Good job.
Okay, all right, cool. I failed this hour to introduce the topic. The topics the students received was an innovative kitchen gadget. You knew that, though, right?
Yes.
Perfect. So the next up will be Ben Grotey. So we'll bring her in whenever he's ready. All right.
That's the same time, like,
Yep, you're gonna stand by the mic. And Sam's gonna time you 2 minutes. And then Becca gets 2 minutes to ask questions.
That's questions.
What? 3 minutes for questions, sorry. All right, whenever you're ready.
do you or anyone you know suffer from multiple or musculoskeletal disorders like arthritis, tendonitis, cerebral palsy, or any other form? Do they struggle to perform basic kitchen operations like turning on their faucets? Primarily, do they struggle with twist-to-turn operations like turning on the knob of a faucet? Kitchen knobs, unlike modern kitchen handles, make it hard for people with these disorders to turn on their faucets because of the twist-to-turn operation, because it's difficult on their wrist and it's difficult on their muscles. Unfortunately, many homes and many properties today still have these knobs within them, and it's difficult for these people, causing them to still struggle to get their water turned on and water turned off. Hi, my name is Ben Grody. I am the inventor of InstaGrips. InstaGrips is an ergonomic handle that connects to these faucets, allowing the user to easily turn their water on and off. How does it work? It works similar to that of your standard bar wood clamp, where you simply place it on top of the knob, tighten it to fit, and then you're able to turn your water on and off. That also gives the user the ability to easily remove the clamp from the knob and use it on other knobs within their home, or maybe even use it on a doorknob if that's how they prefer. Also, it gives them the ability to use it on, or as they move from apartment to apartment or from home to home, it gives them the ability to use it that way. Thank you.
What competition exists in this space already?
So there's like basic, like knobs for door handles. There's none specifically for like a kitchen faucet knob. So, and they're all basically pretty like standard, like insurance rates sort of competition, where it's like very bland, very boring. Invent more of like a kind of a fun, inviting sort of product that doesn't make you feel out of place for having a disability.
You mentioned knobs, faucets, and you said it's like the twist and turn motion. What about opening drawers and that for food items? Would there be
That would
an
be a-
application there or maybe a second product?
It could be a second product in the line. There's a lot of stuff that's already available for those types of twisted turn operations. And then it's also the range of like these faucet mounts are usually like 2 inches in diameter versus like your pickle jar is like 3 inches. So trying to create something that can have that type of versatility would be difficult, but definitely it could be like a second product that has a wider range diameter to attach to.
How did you land on this idea?
It was something that I actually explored a couple years ago for like briefly in like a project, but then I never like pursued it further. And then I know some people who have some of these disorders, so it's been kind of interested in solving problems like this.
What do you see as the biggest obstacle to making this happen?
I would say just maybe figuring out the engineering behind it, I guess, initially, that'd probably be like the first big obstacle is figuring out, okay, how specifically are we gonna get the mechanism to work? So like I said before, it'd be like your standard kind of wood clamping system, so making it so it has enough range to fit on these handles, and then also having, the ability to, or, also like look nice and have good form for the people that are using them.
What do you think your like first step would be after leaving here today to make this happen?
I would begin prototyping this in a 3D modeling platform and then begin 3D printing it to get like basic prototypes and then start testing it with people who have those disorders.
Very wise. How expensive, talk to me about prices. Like, do you think it would be a expensive product to bring to life or?
I don't think manufacturing wise it'd be very expensive because it'd be all plastic parts with maybe some minor metal interior parts. And then price wise, the other competitors that are on the market are all like around $20 and under. So we could probably keep it just right around there, even a little bit more because that's a little more like better feel to it.
How do you imagine getting in touch with your target audience?
That's a great question. I guess just reaching out initially to people who I would know, or like people who I know who have it, and having them reach out to their communities of people around them, and also probably visiting with like physical therapists and people who work with those people with those disorders on a day-to-day basis, and just telling them about my product and then having them maybe recommend it to people with those disorders.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, so our next presenter will be up at 11:35. So we're gonna video out for just a little bit, give Rebecca a coffee break, and then we'll bring on the next student at 11:35.
Okay, sorry.
I'll just really understand. your
Yeah,
business.
do you know what you're gonna find when you open that door?
Okay, so, sorry, we're gonna have to restart you, Carissa.
Over here?
No, we just had it muted, so we weren't getting audio. So you get to, sorry to do that to you, after you get all fired up to perch, I'm
I can
pitch. Oh, goodness. All right, take a breath and then you get to start all over again. Sorry.
The last thing you want to see when you open up the refrigerator door is mold. Mold plays a part into a big issue of our time, which is food waste. 40% of food ends up in the landfill, which means money going down the drain as well as environmental costs with methane that is created when the food waste decomposes there. I have developed a solution with Fresh Sense. Fresh Sense is a silicone bag that holds a sensor in its liner that can track the amount of time that a piece of produce or bread or food is in the bag, as well as what the condition of the food is for the status of how fresh or if it is starting to spoil. The most dangerous part of mold is mycotoxins, and so this would be able to sense the formation of spores and the mycotoxins within this bag. Fresh Sense would be a great solution for your average individual or families that are cooking at home, as well as eventually could be scaled up for food distributors and grocery stores who lose a lot of money every year with molded food. So Fresh Sense can be also connected to your phone with this sensor, and then you'll be able to easily tell on an app what the status of your food is. So Fresh Sense provides a solution to both save costs as well as prevent environmental costs as well with food entering the landfill. So when you look into your fridge, instead of saying ew, you can say ah, and know that you have a recipe that is ready to be made.
Awesome.
Tell me a little bit more about how the sensor works.
Sure. So the sensor is embedded into the lining. And so as I was looking up about mold, I saw the formation of mycotoxins. So the sensor would be able to tell the formation of mycotoxins. So it starts in the air as well as in the produce itself. So by having the lining around the food itself, the lining would communicate to the sensor, and then the sensor would communicate to your phone. As well as the status of your produce, a large connection is to the moisture that is in a product. So as it sits there longer, more moisture is accumulated. So I think that would be also a connection that moisture in the lining would speak to the sensor, and then the sensor speak to the app.
Is it safe to assume that this is a reusable product?
Yes, so that is why we would encase the sensor into the lining, not have it like on the exterior or the interior of the lining. So it'd be protected from like the colder temperatures in the fridge, and as well as silicone bag, so it could be reused.
So to wash it, I'm assuming I can't put this in the dishwasher or something, or how does the cleaning of it work? with
Yeah,
the
so
sensor
the
being
lining would
embedded?
be thick enough that the sensor would not be affected being in the dishwasher. So yeah, we definitely have to look into making sure that the lining is at the appropriate thickness so it would not affect it, but we want it to be as user-friendly as possible, so.
You mentioned some users for this. What would be your first step for the target market? Like who would your first customer be?
Yes, I would say the first customer, I think would be, actually, I think it could go mainstream as far as it'd be very user-friendly, and families would see a lot of use in it with already storing their products in their fridges. So I think it could go mainstream is what I'm thinking at this time.
Do you know anything about the competition for something similar existing?
I would say, well, the regular competition would be Tupperware and other storage devices that they're just familiar with Tupperware and, those other products that they'd be afraid to use a new one. Other sealing, there's regular silicone bags, which I actually use, and those are really great for extending the life of the product. Yeah, those are the only ones I'm familiar with.
You said that it will save money and food. Which of those do you think will be most compelling for the customer?
probably cost, yes. And being able to show people how much money, right? Because I don't think people are usually aware of how much they throw away or how much cost that actually is. And so I think that'd be very propelling to say, this is the amount of costs that you're currently throwing away, and this is how much you can save, so.
How will you be spending time on that education side while balancing, the product?
I think that would have to go in with the marketing of the product, so balancing probably education first, because people need to know that there's a problem before they buy into it. So I would say focus on education first and then follow up with our product to show them that that's the solution.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Good. Very good. Awesome. So that concludes our hour of innovative new kitchen gadgets. And Rebecca has a couple of minutes to regroup, and then you get to come up and make your announcement on wins. The winner gets $100. Do you need a little time?
I think I'm ready.
Okay, so Rebecca, come on up. Let me make sure there's not enough. That was it.
I was really impressed with all of the presentations this morning. I think it's cool that they didn't have a whole lot of time to prepare their improv pitches, but yet they had very thorough and well thought through ideas and were able to answer my questions well. So kudos to all of the participants today. I also just want to thank you for being socially minded. I like that all of the businesses kind of fallen under the umbrella of social entrepreneurship, which if you heard my intro earlier, I'm a social entrepreneur by nature, but without further ado, I'd like to give the $100 to Ben Brody. His idea was to be having a twist and turn device called Instagrip that would help those with arthritis or cerebral palsy to be able to open kitchen items in an easier manner. I think that he has a well-defined target market, had a clear path for commercialization, and was just really impressed with his overall presentation. So again, congratulations to everyone, and then we'll be getting the $100, so congrats.
Awesome, Rebecca, thank you for being with us this hour, and we're very, very excited about all the wonderful things going on in liberal arts and science colleges related to entrepreneurship and innovation. So you're doing a great job. I'm glad you stayed at Iowa State and are continuing to do that great work. So this will conclude this hour. We will rejoin at 1 for the afternoon sets of pitches and the next topic. So thank you all for listening in. Right, welcome back to session 3 of our Papa John's Center for Entrepreneurship Improv Pitch Competition. So the topic of the day, the students were were given a topic yesterday and they had 24 hours to come up with a pitch. The topic for this hour is develop an innovative smart home product. So today, our hour is sponsored by the College of Human Sciences, and we have with us Linda Nee, who is a faculty member in College of Human Sciences. Is going to talk to you a little bit first about all the wonderful entrepreneurship activities that go on in that college, opportunities for students, and then we will go on to the pitch competition. So Linda, thank you for being here today. Kind of at the camera.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Probably some of you may be wondering just exactly what human sciences entails. So I thought I'd start out just a little bit with saying that the College of Human Sciences addresses needs of individuals, families, and consumers, whether it be consumer products to make your life better, new processes, teaching techniques, new ways and better ways of doing things. So, you know, our overarching goal is to improve life quality for individuals, and families and consumers. So you can imagine that in terms of entrepreneurship, there will be lots of opportunities to create and deliver those types of offerings. You know, in terms of business entrepreneurship, we have new product development. Some of you may have been able to take on in our fashion show over the weekend. So that is a really excellent example of product development in action. New processes, techniques, new business models and formats. I mean, all of those types of things are really great opportunities for our majors in the College of Human Sciences, as well as civic and social entrepreneurship for areas that might be more people focused versus product focused. So departments that we have within the College of Human Sciences, for example, kinesiology, apparel, events, and hospitality management, which is my home department. And I'll talk a little bit about what I do there in just a moment. All of the awesome areas certainly have lots of business opportunities associated with them. Food science and human nutrition, human development and family studies, and the School of Education. So you can see that we really cover a wide range of areas that touch and affect individuals' lives and their life quality. So I teach within the College of Human Sciences, the Entrepreneurship in Human Sciences course, Awesome 474. And this course is offered every semester. We have about 100 students each time that it's taught. And we just really look at entrepreneurship as an underlying skill set that our students should have when they graduate from the College of Human Sciences. Within that class, students develop a business plan or they participate in a consulting project. So we will be sharing those, as a matter of fact, this Friday at the College of Human Sciences Entrepreneurship Showcase. We annually have that showcase where the students pitch to external judges their new business idea. And again, it could be a new product, it could be a new business overall format. We also have some social and civic entrepreneurship projects that they'll also be pitching. So that's this Friday, April the 23rd. So many of our students are also engaged in the entrepreneurship minor at Iowa State, and I think our college year in and year out vies for the number 1 or 2 spot among the colleges, showing a lot of interest in entrepreneurship by our students. So we are very involved in the entrepreneurial studies minor. I also wanted to, besides the class and the minor, highlight other opportunities. I had mentioned the consulting projects that our students do. So every semester, and we're really excited to reenact those this coming fall. We have a little break because of COVID, but we'll be going to Pocahontas, Iowa to do consulting projects this coming fall. We collaborate with Extension, ISU Extension and Outreach, Chambers of Commerce, Main Street, Iowa, any of the economic and business development entities that are here to serve Iowa communities. So we really focus on helping local entrepreneurs to thrive and grow in these smaller Iowa communities, which is kind of a unique niche of ours. So we're very excited to get back to business on that. And we have been in over 50 Iowa small communities to date. So we've been doing this for a while and really have had quite a bit of success with that. And that would fall under the civic entrepreneurship opportunity area for our students. And then I'm here today in the Student Innovation Center, this beautiful new facility. And 3 of the opportunities that are College of Human Sciences related are the Innovate 1858 retail store, the Culinary Creations Lab, and Sparks Cafe. So just to briefly highlight those and why do we have those opportunities, we're very big on experiential learning in the College of Human Sciences and feel that the students really, they need foundational content, sure they get that in the classroom, they really learn it when they're able to engage in it. So in Innovate 1858, the retail store that's on the first floor of the Innovation Center, we have several ways students can be involved in entrepreneurship, and one is that they are part of the management team. So they're learning what's it really like to be a small business owner. In fact, this was a startup business and we started it in the middle of the pandemic. So that was a real learning experience. It's very unique for our students. So they've overcome a lot of challenges and we're really, thriving and growing each month. Things have gotten better and better. I won't say that we're where we want to be yet, but we are certainly well on our way. So the students have learned a lot in this first year of operation. Within Innovate 1858, it's not just any old product that we have there. A majority of our products are student-made products, meaning that the students either designed and or made them. So we have student entrepreneurs that really want to bring their products to market for the very first time. So we help them to do that. And then for the balance of our offerings, we really feature alumni and other Iowa entrepreneurs so that we really are kind of giving back to the community and having mentoring from alumni and that sort of thing engaged in the process as well. So those are 2 ways that we have entrepreneurship in Innovate 1858. As we look at the Culinary Creations Lab, that's all about food product development, entrepreneurial skills that can lead to career paths in the culinary arts, in hospitality, et cetera. So we just really have a number of activities going on there. You may be able this week to catch some of the video of chef demos that we did especially for Innovation Week. So that's exciting too. And then finally, on the very top floor of the Innovation Center is Sparks Cafe. And much like we have retail opportunities for our apparel merchandising and design students in the retail store, we have opportunities for our hospitality students and event students also in Sparks Cafe. So that is completely student run. Yes, we have faculty and staff that guide and oversee all of these entities that I just mentioned to you, but we really try to get the students engaged in the leadership and management of all of those different entities. So they're really learning how to be entrepreneurs or practicing entrepreneurship in each of those settings, and that really is unique. There aren't too many universities that have anything like this at all. So we're just really excited to grow future entrepreneurs with these types of opportunities in the College of Human Sciences.
Awesome.
And you get to judge.
Okay.
There's a lot going on in the College of Human Sciences in terms of entrepreneurship innovation, and I'm sitting here sipping on a cup of chai tea from Sparks, which is great being in the building today. So we're going to bring in our first presenter. Can't remember the name, but I'll introduce that person in a minute. And Kendra will time the person, and Linda, you get to listen and make your decision on the spot.
Okay, thank you.
First up is Erin. Erin, you'll have 2 minutes at the timer to give your pitch. 3 minutes of Q&A. This is Linda Mead. She's our judge for the day. I'll tip on the cord and you can come right over here. You are welcome to take your mask off while you're speaking. And the topic is smart home products, right?
Yep.
All right, perfect. So you can pretty much start when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Aaron Stern. Yesterday I was trying to do some homework And I took a break after being stoned for a while, and I took a drink of water. But was disappointed when my drink was too warm for my liking. So I dumped it out. Not only is it unsatisfying to drink a drink that's too warm or too cold for your liking, but so much liquid goes to waste because of it. We can find a solution to that issue with my product, the Thermo Rod. It's a small cylindrical rod that's put into a drink, stored in a bottle, can, cup, mug, that has capabilities to regulate temperature through your Google Home or Alexa or your smartphone device. Small enough to fit in almost any drink holder. It allows you to make the drink the temperature you want in just minutes. You want a coffee at a warm 107 degrees, you got it. You want water that's ice cold at 43 degrees, easy. It has a battery that's recharged by drying and plugging into a USB-C outlet. It's a good alternative to ice. It does not water down drinks and is marketed to people that don't own ice makers like myself. I live in a dorm with a small freezer, and I don't like to go through the hassle of making ice in an ice tray. This is also a good alternative to the Hydro Flask or Ember Mug, as they pertain to some solutions posed by the Thermo Rod, but don't have the same smart technologies as this does, as well as the abilities to use any cup or mug you want. Not only will our customers be able to use this at home, but it's very easily and readily portable. When you need a drink at a specific temp in the house or on the go, you're able to use a Thermo Rod. We can revolutionize the drinking market and reduce waste of unsatisfying drinks. So let's take a refreshing step in the right direction with the Thermo Rod.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you, Erin. I think you've identified a problem that a lot of people have, and multiple problems, as a matter of fact. So it's the temperature thing, but then also not having space, right? Not having, when to mess with ice and all that sort of thing. So this makes your life better in those particular ways. So I like that it was rechargeable too. So your whole focus on solving people's problems, why would they want it? I think you've identified that. What would this sell for, and how would this? How are you thinking this would go into production?
Yeah, I think that it's very heavily dependent on the research and development part of that. And this is a new industry that we're seeing with the thermo technologies with like hand warmers and stuff that are safe to use. So I don't want to like pull a number out of my out of the back of my mind, but it'll probably, my aim is to go under $100 for the product.
Okay. All right, so let's see here. So it can interface then with Alexa, Google. I mean, you would tell it like what temperature, is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay. And I know this is just a short pitch, so you probably haven't done all that research and development, but it really amazes me what all you can say, ask Google to do, right, in terms of control. So I guess that it's feasible in the realm of reality that you could do this as well. Let's see here. So hot or cold? I mean, is there a limit here? How about safety? Did you think about that too?
Is also kind of dependent on research and development, and it may be found that we have to have a product for hot and a product for cold.
Okay.
And that will have to shift our market for each product, but it will also diversify that as well.
Okay.
For people who want one or the other.
All right. So give me to conclude kind of your best selling pitch. So why would I want this anyway?
Yeah, I think so many times I get stuck with a drink that's not cold enough or not warm enough, or a coffee that sat on my desk for an hour before I can get to it. And this is the solution that will keep it at the right temperature with maintaining the freshness of the drink itself. And you can use your favorite mugs still, and you can use your favorite drink holder options. It's feasible and transportable among all those other things that are the uses for it.
Okay. All right, so I think that's about 3 minutes, right? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Erin.
guys.
Who's it?
Bryn, Stewart, did you see her size chart?
Oh, yeah, so, yes,
She's pitching something different, but
okay, yeah,
she's like a theater.
yeah, she is. Mhm. I'm trying to get how long mine took me, but you can tell me.
Oh,
So you're gonna actually.
Less than 10.
yeah, no problem.
It was about right. Well, that's good.
So next up is Bryn, and Kendra's gonna do 2 minutes on your timer, and 3 minutes for Q&A. This is Dr. Linda Nee, she's our judge. So there you go. I guess you knew that from seeing.
Yeah.
Throughout COVID, Americans have been purchasing or adopting pets. It has been very common, and we have all gotten to love our companions, and they've gotten very attached to us as we've been working from home. Now, as the vaccine is rolling out, and we're all going back to our daily lives, going back to work, meetings, going out maybe for drinks afterward, pets are experiencing separation anxiety. Specifically, we're talking about dogs. They can have very destructive behavior when they experience separation anxiety. Introducing Pet Keeper, the smart home system that will be your eyes and ears while you're away. So it would work where you would record your own commands using your own voice, such as sit, go lay down, no, your dog's name, so that it's still the commands that you've been using. Because we do know that everyone, they have their own variations of speaking to their pet. So while you're away, the system will pick up the sound vibrations of maybe chewing on your TV stand, and it will automatically say, go lay down. Or maybe pick up excessive barking, and it'll say quiet. So this system will help us end separation anxiety. Thank you.
Okay, so you're right, we all do have unique variations of speaking to our pet. I will not reveal mine right now.
I won't ask.
And I know your pet.
So, yeah, so, okay, I think you really have identified a problem, there are all sorts of things kind of bubbling to the surface since, or sort of hopefully now swinging the other direction from COVID. So, I would be interested to know how who you see your competitors being for this, and how are you unique from some of these other home pet, kind of like baby monitors, but
Yeah.
for pets that we've seen in the past. How is this distinctively different?
Sure. So of course there's like Arlo, and I actually have a camera of my own, but the problem is you have to be watching. So like if I'm at work in a meeting, I can't be like sitting on my phone watching my dog, waiting for her to do something wrong and then speak to it. So of course there's like a button you can speak to the dog. There's some I know that you can like throw them a treat, but again, you have to be watching, you have to be actively interacting with them. So this system then would be constantly scanning, so it's still your voice, your pet feels like you're paying attention to them, but you don't have to be actively taking time away from your work day or out with friends or, whatever to be watching.
Okay, so you have like pre-recorded your voice, your commands into the system.
Yes.
So, yeah, so I'm sure we take more research and development. I mean, how do you know, like, okay, that vibration, that could be chewing the TV stand, or it could be, oh, I decided to dig a hole in the carpet, or whatever the case might be. Yeah. So it would be that refined.
Yeah, it definitely would take a lot of research and technology, I think like a camera scanning to pick that up maybe, or I know there are some like sound wave, certain pitches that maybe you can identify.
So how would this appear? How would this be packaged and called a smart home system? Is it, a camera-like device? Maybe I missed that in the pitch.
Yeah, I think definitely a camera-like device, and then with those extra features, and maybe the features cost more, like if you know that your dog is an excessive barker, then maybe you get that add-on feature of the pick up the sound waves
Okay.
something like that. So then obviously there'd be separate packages where the pricing is different. So if your dog has maybe, a lesser case of separation anxiety, you get the most basic package. And then if it's a more severe case,
Okay.
you get those add-ons.
Okay, all right, so you kind of a good, better, best. kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's see here, how much time do we have left? 20 seconds. 20 seconds, okay, I better talk quick. Okay, so will this work, do you think, with any type of pet? I mean, I know you've talked most about dogs, so
Yeah, I
obviously
feel like
most
my
common, but.
experience is most with dogs, because I have a dog of my own, so I know that, like, I would do anything for a dog.
Uh-huh.
I think definitely, if, with cats, I think it would definitely work. I think those are the two that I would say would be the best with.
Right, uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right. Pricing, the last thing, or you have like a ballpark price?
I know that a lot of like the cameras that I have right now, they're only like 50 to 100 or
Right.
150, so it definitely it would be a higher end situation. So it'd be a full house, kind of similar to like a security system.
Okay.
So it
alright,
would be on the pricier end of things.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Good job, Brent.
Thank you.
Our last one is Maddie. Fugate, F-U-G-A, so I don't know if I gave you names, so Karen Stern and Bryn Sweary, S-T-D-E-R-E, and then we have Maddie Fugate, F-U-G-A-T-E, and I think this has been about average. Hi, Maddie, come on in. Hi, Maddie. You've done this before. I think that's how it works. I just have you go actually to the microphone. You're pitching a smart home device solution, right, Maddie? So this is Dr. Linda Neem. She's our judge for the day, representing College of Human Sciences. Kendra will run the timer for you, 2 minutes of time to talk and then 3 minutes of Q&A. You may start when you're ready.
Thank you. COVID-19 changed everyone's life. Now, one thing I noticed when the pandemic hit at our house was how many packages started showing up. Not just more Amazon packages, because we had to find new ways to shop, but also grocery deliveries. Who even knew that groceries could be delivered now? Now, living in Champaign, our Instacart service delivered our groceries right to our little house. But the question that's almost seemed like it was a synonym with the pandemic for me was my mom asking, now who's gonna be home to get the groceries? And I never wanted to be the one that was home to get the groceries. I always wanted to be working with my animals, and my dad was working as well as my mom. So somebody had to be there to get our groceries so our milk didn't spoil. So I started thinking, well, can't we like put a cooler or something out front? So that way they could put our groceries in it and our perishable items wouldn't perish. And that's when the light bulb went off in my head. Introducing SmartBox. Not only is it a climate controlled box that you can have your packages delivered to and put in, but it also offers a locking feature to ensure that your packages that are delivered are safe and sound. I always know around the holidays, people say if you want to get rid of something, put it in an Amazon box and put it on your front porch. Now, I don't live in a suburban area, but as I am getting closer to graduating, this is something that concerns me. So by offering a PIN code enabled locking box that is climate controlled to handle deliveries such as Grubhub to keep it warm or milk so it doesn't spoil during the summer, not only will your deliveries be safe and sound, but also secure, and will be capable with all of your favorite apps such as Ring Doorbell, Amazon, Instacart, so that way you know that your deliveries have been delivered and are safe and sound right on your doorstep, waiting for you when you get home.
Okay, all right. Okay, Maddie, so, yeah, you're right, it's just like, the amount of deliveries and what we get delivered has just like amplified, so I think you totally have identified, a growing need. That's the big question, how much is that gonna change, after post-COVID? I think we'll see some return to stores, but certainly there are things that we now are ordering that we never did before, and groceries are certainly one of them. So I liked how you tapped into both rural and urban markets, right? So in terms of your customer base, you identified some needs that both might have. you know, the climate controlled and locking feature, and that all sounds really great. For not just groceries, but like delivered meals, you know, and all of that type of thing. So, you know, talk to me a little bit about what you mean by the climate controlled, and, you know, what if I have a pizza or I don't know, a chicken dinner versus, oh, I had ice cream, you know,
Yes.
how's that, you probably haven't done deep research.
Well,
and
I've actually
development.
thought about this quite often because
Okay.
not only do we get groceries delivered to our house, but we
Yeah.
also have meals such as our Monica's Delivery Pizza will come and get it, and sometimes we're out working in the barn. And we
Uh-huh.
can't always be right there to get the pizza or whatever comes up.
Uh-huh.
My idea is I would, when I start, have it as a plug-in. We have a plug-in right by our front door, so that's what makes me think of having it plugged in. But eventually I would like to try and move to solar power, just so that way you don't have to have a power source right there.
Uh-huh.
But it will be controlled through your app. So you'll be able to either cool it or heat it. Not within the first model, eventually, after seeing a need, and if it does take off, offering maybe a dual compartment zone where you could have a heating and a cooling component.
Mhm.
But it doesn't always have to be plugged in or heated and cooled. It can just be room temperature. Say you're getting a pretty pricey Amazon delivery, you want to make for sure that it
So
is
it could
safe
be
and
for
sound.
non-food too.
Yes, it
Okay.
can be for non-food.
Okay.
You can just use it as a locking box
Mhm.
for your deliveries to come to, or you just turn to your app, you turn it on, set it at whatever temperature you would like, and it'll be climate controlled from there since it does have insulation.
So you would have your own smart box app, right?
Yes.
That's what you're saying, and then it would also interface with your other favorite apps.
Yes, it would be compatible. I would hope to also have it compatible with Amazon. I know that I get pictures of my packages showing up on my front door, which at first I thought was a little bit weird because I was getting pictures of my own front door.
Mhm.
But I figured out after a time period when one of my packages was actually lost, how helpful those images are. So by having essentially a motion sensing function, you will know that your package has been delivered into your smart box, and then that it will lock after that package has been delivered. And you can say how many times you would like that box to be able to unlock without having to put your PIN in it. Say you're going to have one package delivered. You can set it to that box can only be opened once without the PIN being required, which you would have to open it then. But maybe you're gonna get 2 deliveries, so you set that at 2. And then it's opened twice by both delivery guys, and then you'll have to go and put your PIN in. You could either do that from the app, or you could do that on the PIN pad that would be on the box to then get your deliveries out, and that way they are safe.
Did you have kind of a price point, and are there competitors that are all close to this? Those are my last 2 questions.
Yes, so price point, initially I'm thinking right around $350 to $400, just because it is that kind of control function with quite a bit of insulation. And that would be for approximately a 29 quart box, which would be about yay big. And then if it does seem to go extremely well, I would love to try and get another size box. Like I said, with that dual component that could have a heating and a cooling function in it. And that would probably be about double the price, looking at about $800, since it would be roughly double the size. And then as far as, sorry, what was the next
The
one?
competitors. So
Competitors,
there's
yes.
close to that on the market now.
And not that I know of, I do know that there are some boxes such as, that you can plug into like your car, that will allow things to be heated, but they're more lunchbox type things, or then you have your basic coolers, such as Igloo, Yeti, that would be competitors, but they don't have locking function. So there's not really one that combines both currently, but it wouldn't shock me that if in the future there is.
All right. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, have a good day.
Thanks, you too. When you are ready, you get to come back up to the mic and announce who, and then if you could just for the camera, why you chose that person, and if you need a couple minutes, you can take it. Good luck.
Okay, I'm good.
Make a decision?
Yeah, it is a difficult decision, but anyway, I have.
So then I can come up to the next one, okay? So, and first of all, thank you, Linda, for coming
Oh,
and
sure.
judging today and sharing all about the college of computer science and entrepreneurship.
Mhm.
Okay, I'd like to announce our winner this hour of the improv pitch. And I have selected Maddie Fugit. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing Maddie's last name correctly.
Call her Maddie.
Close, I think. So she pitched, as you likely are aware, a home food delivery system called it Smart Box. And I felt that she really tapped into the growing online marketplace, is only poised for more growth. Her pitch was very convincing, energetic, made me want to go buy it. It sold me on the idea. No notes, well thought out, but you know, she really has tapped into solving a customer problem in terms of home food delivery, bulk groceries, as well as other, you know, purchased food, meals, etc. And the price point seemed right. It has safety aspects to it. It interfaces with apps and technology. It works with food and non-food. And she really addressed both rural and urban customers. So I thought that she really, you know, hit on all of those points. So congratulations to Maddie.
Awesome. Good. Thank you. Congratulations, Maddie, and Linda, thank you again for being here today.
Thank
We
you for
will
inviting me.
log off for till the top of the hour, so at 2:00, we'll be back with the next set of pictures for the day. So congratulations to Maddie and Dr. Means, thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Live, all right, awesome. Welcome back. We are in round 4 of our entrepreneurship improv pitch. The topic of the hour is, the students were challenged to create an innovative new health or wellness solution. Our college of the hour is the College of Design. And with us today is Anna Lewis, who teaches creative thinking, design thinking, entrepreneurship, innovation, and all kinds of other crazy stuff in the College of Design. So she's going to come up and talk to you about the activities in the College of Design for students who are interested in entrepreneurship innovation, and then she will serve as our judge today. So Anna, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Very nice to meet you. So Judy already spoke a little bit. In the College of Design, we teach design thinking. We teach creativity, problem solving, and complex, wicked problems. That's the angle of the College of Design. And there's a couple of things that we do in terms of social entrepreneurship and civic innovation. Because of the work in built environment, we do a lot of activities with community. So we have several programs, several studios, and several projects that work directly with communities. And we do service learning. So it means that in our studios or in our classes, we have specific targets of the community, aims, local, national, regional, and international, because I'm from the other side of the pond, so there's a few connections there. And what we do is projects that start in the classroom, and then eventually they become of service, and then they become a longer process. So there's a lot of continuity in the projects that we do. I'm really looking forward to hear what you have to say. And if you need anything related with crazy design ideas, come to meet us in the College of Design. Nice to meet you.
Claire. Couple wins, you can pick one winner. That's your shot. Come on in. That's okay, wait a few minutes and relax, I didn't need to make it. You're really ready. Are you going to come up to the microphone? This is Anna Lewis, she's your judge for the day. Sean is going to give you 2 minutes on the timer. I might actually turn that so that you can see it behind this chair. There we go, perfect. Yeah, perfect. And then you get 2 minutes of Q&A, and others just writing stories, so. Ignore all of us, and you can start whenever, and you're doing an innovative health and wellness.
Yeah, should I take off my mask?
You may take off your mask while you're presenting. Perfect.
Sorry, no, please.
Oh, no worries. It happens. You can start when you're ready.
America's getting fat. We all know this. The United States expanding waistlines have been the subject of headlines for as long as I can remember, and the cause tends to be chalked up to a collective cultural failing and an individualistic moral failing. Indeed, this obsession with somebody's weight has gone so far as to permeate healthcare, with the phrase, "Have you ever considered losing weight?" becoming synonymous with an uncaring and dismissive doctor. That is why I am pleased to present the Dad Bod Dad Hat, an innovative and cutting-edge cap that uses electromagnetic fields to interact with the neurons in one's brain and make it look like everybody has a dad bod, aka not thin, not too fat, and just the right amount of muscular. Wearing this hat will ensure healthcare workers will have to look beyond the snap biases that they might have against somebody's body type, instead of looking for the causes either of the symptoms that the patient is concerned about or for the obesity itself, and promote a more holistic view of healthcare. But this data is not just exclusive to those who are overweight. Indeed, it can be used to look beyond the rippling biceps and triceps of the incredibly fit and see this gym culture for what it really tends to be, which is disordered eating, body dysmorphia, and an unhealthy reliance on substances. Looking at you pre-workout. Finally, this Dad Bod Dad Hat comes in a very stylish and, sorry, I forgot the word, very stylish and very trendy style with the dad hat, which ensures that you never have to miss out on a cute outfit while fighting these body biases. Finally, this Dad Bod Dad Hat can be used to look beyond the moral assignments that we have to somebody's weight, because everybody deserves to be healthy and be met where they are at.
Thank you.
2 seconds to spare.
You get to ask, you get to ask them the question.
Okay, I have one clarifying question.
Yes.
Can you say the name again?
The dad bod, dad hat. So
Okay.
dad bod, short for dad body, is a kind of a brand name in a way, but it is, the dad bod is kind of a common cultural phrase. It's like in pop culture right now to describe that body that a dad might have, where they're
Yeah.
not like too thin, too fat, so that they are kind of free of these biases that someone might have either way.
I like that, and I like the fact that you're saying fighting body bias, not just like the obese, but the other spectrum as well. So how would that go? That would be my question in terms of the project or the thing.
Yes.
For all spectrum, it's always the same, or you have different programs or different things that happen?
So it does have the potential to, because of the, I suppose, broad range of the technology, it does have the potential to be adjusted. However, having this specific dad bod is kind of, number one, the name just fits, it just works. And number two, it does kind of prevent, you don't look at somebody with like a dad bod and think, oh, they're overweight, or, oh, they're so fit, they must have everything about them is okay because they're so fit, or, oh, they're overweight, so they obviously have something wrong with them.
Yeah.
It kind of allows them to be free of both sides. So the dad bod is the ideal that we are promoting. However, because it will be used in a healthcare field, then it can be taken and adjusted for whatever their needs are.
That would be one of my questions. Last question, do you have like a target, a niche of population that you would reach out first? Because you started with obesity in America, but in all the spectrum that you want to reach, would you start with college students or moms at home or whatever? I'm just.
Yes, likely it would be focused, probably in my opinion, on, just because of my background, I'm an agronomy student, I've studied a lot about food security and health. So I think starting in these like inner city areas or like these very urban population centers would be ideal, just because one thing that people don't realize is that these population centers actually experience a lot of underlying causes for this obesity, or I guess even for this fitness. Either if you are in a low income or minority area, then you can exist in a food desert or food swamp and you don't have access to these healthy foods. This can lead to malnutrition, not undernutrition, but that is what can cause this obesity. So being able to have healthcare workers instead focus on that and address that can help them the patients actually lose weight in the long term and kind of solve these systemic issues that they might have.
Well done.
Thank you.
Oh, we still have 20 seconds. Okay, when would you put this in the market?
Ideally, we would like to bring our price point down to something that's a little bit more adaptable. That would rely on investors getting involved, so that we can actually expand it and have a much wider rollout. So we're hopefully looking within the next 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
Good job, Claire.
Don't forget, trendy.
Yeah.
That's your word.
Oh, the art of yeah. Thank you so much. Nice job. Yeah.
I'm gonna step out a little bit. Sean will start a timer, so you'll see 2 minutes back. Can you just send everything my phone?
Okay.
So we can get some recording. So
Sounds
we've got the microphone and camera there. This is Dr. Lewis. So she is your judge for the day. Sean will be your timing. This is now
Okay, great.
and you may start. I'm gonna close the door.
And you may take the mask.
All
So
right. How you doing today?
good, and you?
Good.
Okay.
Doing good. All right.
Ready?
Let's do it.
Okay.
So, it's a bad day when you break a nail. And my name is Mitchell Takis. I'm going to show you guys my innovation for not breaking nails opening cans. So if any of you are like me, you have beautiful, wonderful nails. Anybody else in the room? Okay, that's all right. So I discovered that after putting these on today for the first time, it's really hard to open cans. And you don't get things like this to sit at home on the couch. You're going out, you're having a good time, you want to be refreshed with a drink, you're socializing, whatever. And the last thing you want to do is break a beautiful fingernail opening your drink when you have the rest of the night to look forward to. So, one solution you might have is a credit card. Maybe that'll open your can. Let's give that a try. Slip it underneath the list there, and it just doesn't quite do it. It's not quite all the way. Well, just as concealable and not affecting your darlings is this little thing I call a can queen. Now, I don't know if the camera can see that beautiful little elegant piece of engineering. We'll stick that in there with our fingernails fully intact and open it eventually. It's worked in testing. And there it is, all fingernails intact, beautiful, wonderful. Night can go on and we are enjoying ourselves, all because of this. Let's get the fingernails out of the way. $3.99 piece of engineering. You can buy yours today. Feel free to talk to me afterwards about ordering. I have a little bit about how Leatherman is toxic and awful and nothing in comparison to that, but my time's up. So thank you.
Super. What's the name of this product?
The Can Queen.
Okay, Can Queen. Sorry, I missed that.
That's okay, no worries.
Okay.
Yes, very happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
I do have a few, like where do you said that you would put it on the mobile phone at the back?
Yeah, so the issue with this is, let's say we're gonna wear some nice going out clothes. There's nowhere to put things
Yeah.
that, although it's more accessible, but it does fit with the things you're going to use to buy dinner that night and other things. It's all fits in the same convenient package. I don't know if you can see that there, but
And
that's the plan.
and you have spares and things like that. So by
Yes.
the price of $3.99, you buy a package or you buy one?
You can buy some for friends, you can buy them 5 at a time, you'll get a slight discount, but for the most part, we're selling them all the time.
Okay, what is it made of?
It's just plastic,
Plastic.
PETG, I 3D printed it today.
Okay, I was going to ask you that, okay, oh, good. Okay, have you tested with some target market, with some nice?
No, I'm the only customer so far. If you'd like, you can
Yes.
take a look.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you so much.
welcome.
Okay, so that's what I would say now. I think it's a great idea. Now we just need some testing. To
Yes.
see if this would, I was wondering if you could actually, I don't use the nails as you see. If you could actually, in the future generation of Can Queen, it's part of your nails as well. There's one nail that it's more robust or this store somewhere. I like this, but as soon as you took it out, it reminded me of one of your beautiful, show me your
One of
nail.
the acrylics.
Show, oh my goodness.
Picked these up at Target today for the low price of $5. It was worth it.
Right?
I had a little bit in the written out version of this about Salon would charge you $50 or
Yeah.
something like that. But the next iteration of that is actually a little spike that can be protracted out, and then it puts a hole in the top of the can, so you have a smoother flow. I don't know if you've ever seen that before, people put a hole in the top.
I like
So
that.
That was supposed to be in there, but.
So I have one last question. How many
Yes.
friends do you have that happened? The bummer of breaking a nail?
I was having a horrible time with the health and wellness challenge. I don't know anything about health and wellness.
Okay.
So I was asking all my friends and the girls were like, I can't open things when I have long
Want this
fingernails.
now?
So I was like,
Okay.
you know what? My other idea was a lawnmower that makes it harder to mow. So I think we're gonna go with this one that has some actual use, so.
Okay. It's very original. I want to congratulate you
Thank
for
you.
that. I never saw this one, so I want to congratulate you for that.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you guys have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. We have an order.
Oh, okay. This is Josh Gatsky.
Hi.
So Josh, you have 2 minutes, and then, with 2 minutes for questions.
Cool.
All right.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to
Ready
meet
to
you.
time? Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
All right.
Hi, I'm Josh Jeske, and I would like to tell you about a Loco new product on the health and wellness market. But first, I would like to begin by talking about bowel movements. When there was a time in our I don't know about you, but I don't know how many more I can fit up there. So join me and change your body. Take control of your mind with Doritos Locos Tacos. Thank you.
Okay, Josh, this was fun.
Thank you.
$100.
$100, yes.
Tell me a little bit how you got to that price.
It is the prize for today.
Okay, so
Specific.
tomorrow might be a different thing.
Tomorrow it'd be more reasonable, maybe $10.
Okay,
I think it's-
$10, we can have a conversation.
Okay.
For real, what would you put inside those tacos?
What would I put inside? So these are the Doritos Locos Tacos from Taco Bell.
Okay,
And I believe they are meat and cheese and lettuce, which are like almost all of the food groups. So it's gonna be super nutritious. It's gonna build your body up. And when I say it's a superfood, believe me,
It's a
okay?
superfood.
You may be thinking, Josh, you're full of shit. Those are some big claims, but believe me, thanks to Taco Bell, I am not full of shit.
okay. You're good at this.
Thank you.
Okay. This is a good idea, but I like the diuretic
Mhm.
path. I'm gonna try to make it very professional.
Okay.
And think that your path is like helping people evacuate.
Exactly.
So this is a good idea. How would you convince people like me who don't eat meat?
Oh, that's a great question. So we could look into substitutes, potentially prunes would be a great substitute for meat to serve different markets. And it's innovative things like that that are going to change the world, because when it comes down to it, the biggest innovation is constipation elimination.
Okay. Okay. When would you put this product in the market then?
When would I put it on the market?
Mhm.
It's already on the market, but my logistics company would make it easier for people like you to regulate their bowel movements.
Okay, like a home distributed service?
Correct. Well, specifically, I'd bring it right to you today.
Okay,
This is a limited time offer.
good.
Additionally, you mentioned you don't eat meat.
Mhm.
So I was planning, to have alternatives, and these are more of just a treat. They are Cinnabon Delights. I have 4 Cinnabon Delights in here as well that you will take home today for the price of $100.
That's good.
Thank you. You guys.
Thank you, Josh. That was good fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a blast.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to.
Okay, all of this is on camera, right?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
it's on YouTube, live
Okay.
stream, and I've recorded.
Oh, my goodness, okay.
This is Barbara.
Hi, Barbara, welcome.
Have 2 minutes, want to stand on the X, please? What is that? And you can take off your mask when you're ready to present and just watch the timer.
Okay, perfect. Oh wait, are you gonna?
I'm.
Okay, can you like say like 3, 2, 1 or?
Wait, I'll start whenever you start.
Okay, okay. All right, ready. So your Apple Watch can measure your breathing, your heart rate, and your activity throughout the day. Now, what if it can measure your emotions? And no, I'm not talking about one of those mood rings that change with the temperature throughout the day, but with emotion sensing technology. You see, mental health is a big problem right now, especially with COVID-19. Mental health problems are rising through the roof. And as a college student, I need help. And when I go to my psychologist and she asks, so how did that make you feel? I honestly have no idea what to say because I don't know how I felt at 3 p.m. yesterday. So with the Sensor app that will match to your wrist, whether it's your Apple Watch or a wristband, a nice little bracelet as well, you can tell what emotions you went through every single minute of the day. So you can look back and remember what you were feeling at that time. How did that situation make you feel? And honestly, I know all of my friends will love this and it will make their appointments much more easier. Especially, mental health is a problem for all types of people all around the world, whether you're a child, a teenager, adult, or a college student like me. You have worries every single day. And sometimes you feel so many things that you're overwhelmed, you go numb, and you don't know what you feel. So this app will tell you exactly how you're feeling and your emotions, which is important to track and be able to tell how you were feeling to know and try to prevent issues that can come later on and even tragic events. Because sometimes we feel sad, but we don't recognize it. It's hard to say, I'm sad. And it's even harder to tell other people how you're feeling. So with this app, you have reassurance that what you're feeling is valuable and that you need to share with someone else.
Okay, may I ask some questions?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, how do you track? Do you have, like, you put a application that only you have access or other people have access to?
Yeah, so emotion sensing technology is being like developed right now and things like that. So it would be like a wristband that would like track throughout the day and you would be able to see it in your app, but only for whoever has it. So
okay,
that person would be able to look at their emotions throughout the day and then decide whether they want to share with everyone else or not.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about two extreme cases. So the first one would be, of course, that you mentioned as well, you don't identify that you were sad the most part of the day. So how do you see that you would receive that information and not really feel like, okay, I am really depressed, so this is time to finish it off, or the other way around, this is time to ask for help. So how do you control the self-regulation that some people might not have and others have? So
right. So what the app would do is it would have some settings in there that if they start seeing a pattern of, hey, there's sadness every day when you wake up, or at the end of the day, you're just feeling too overwhelmed and it doesn't know why, but it'll start showing alerts. Hey, I think it's time that you go and talk to somebody, get some professional help. And even with teenagers, if parents choose to give this to their kids who may not be doing so very well in school or having some issues, to prevent suicide, things like that, and decide to go get professional help.
Okay. And last question then would be, how do professionals could use this without us worrying about the infringement of privacy?
Right. Yeah. So like every appointment, they would be private. So it is up to the person to choose to share. And I also think it would be beneficial for the therapist or counselors, whoever you're seeing, to recommend the use of this. It could be even provided for special treatments, things like that, to track whether a medicine is causing you some side effects, things like that. And then you could keep track of, hey, something's not right, or how can we help you about this?
Yeah. I think you're onto something very, very useful and very urgent now. And I'm wondering if that's the negative side. So the other side would be like, would this emotion tracking would also say, you need a little bit more yellow today, or you need, so also like helping and giving advice, not just to flag you need help now, but the other way as well.
Right, absolutely. Like raise flags, like, hey, like professionals have seen, patterns between people that develop the same diseases or just problems, mental problems, things like that. So they can see, hey, here's a red flag because for the past few months, you've been showing these certain symptoms. And when
But I was referring to the other way around. Like imagine that this app is connected to my network of friends. And I receive that my friend is very blue, and I would say, okay, I want to send a little bit of yellow and a nice emotion and warm hug. So would it be possible to be part of a community?
I think it would be a personal choice to choose whether you want to share these. I think it would be very beneficial for parents to have the shared emotions of whatever their teenagers are feeling. And be able to say, oh goodness, you need some help. But as an adult, I think it would be a very personal choice to choose to share with somebody else. And I also think about grandparents, because I know my grandparents live alone in Mexico and they don't have anybody else there because my parents live here. So one of like an emotion sensing technology would be very helpful for them to, or for my parents at least, to know, hey, they're getting depressed, they're feeling lonely, how can we help them? We can go over them and visit, things like that.
We're out of time?
We have to
Okay,
wrap up.
I had so many questions. Okay, I'll be in touch with you.
All right, yeah, of course. Well, thank you very much.
Thank
Bye.
you.
So, you thought about your winner?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Okay, and then if we can ask you to come out and
Okay.
present the winner and then maybe say a few words of why you chose them?
Yes, we can. Well, how much are we giving?
$100,
And is it possible to have two winners and give 50-50 or not possible?
not for this competition.
Not for this competition. Okay. Yeah. Is this me? No. And you say just out loud what it is?
Yep, you'll be right on camera. Just announcing the winner.
Hi. Is that okay?
Yeah, you can announce, and then any feedback on why you chose is always.
So first and foremost, I would like to say congratulations to you all. You had amazing pitches and you made me laugh with some of them. They were like really out of this room. But I would like to give our award to the emotion sensing. So the last one with Barbara, if I'm, yeah. Feedback on it would be that I think this is the beginning of a bigger project. I really think that the future is on this. And you tackle as well in your pitch the reach out to aging population and children and their parents. And I find that thinking about your target and thinking about your users, one of the key things of your pitch. So congratulations, it was really good.
No, just other than thank you.
So Ana Luz is just a delight to work with. She has energy that never ends and loves students. And so if you're in the College of Design, you need to find her. Even if you're not in the College of Design,
Yes,
find her because she's
definitely.
just wonderfully supportive of entrepreneurship innovation at the university. So thank you for coming to judge today.
Thank you.
And thank you for talking about all the great things you're doing over in the College of Design.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are going to be just up, I think, here in a minute with our next group, which I believe is sponsored by the College of Engineering, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll go find out. Hold tight.
And.
Oh, your guys are up.
Yeah.
Your tenant?
Yep.
Oh, perfect.
How's it going?
Good, Connor.
Good.
Yeah. Okay, we are at another top of the hour. We are in round 5 of our Entrepreneurship and Innovation Improv Pitch Competition. So this hour is sponsored by the College of Engineering. The students in this set of pitches have been challenged to come up with an innovation that can be used in the winter. So they've had 24 hours to do their pitch. Our judge and our sponsor of the hour is Dave Sly, who teaches in the College of Engineering, also teaches in the College of Business occasionally.
Mostly engineering.
And is an entrepreneur and great person to have at the university. Been working with Dave for many, many years. So he's going to talk about the initiatives in entrepreneurship, innovation, engineering, and then we'll serve as our judge. So welcome, Dave.
Great, thanks a lot, Judy. And welcome to everyone to our College of Engineering pitch segment here. Well, hopefully the engineers will really excel. We'll be grading them certainly for that. I just wanted to kind of say that our focus in the College of Engineering for entrepreneurship is to try to get entrepreneurial skills, skill set and mindset into the engineers at least once a year for each of the 4 years they're here. And we're looking to do that curricularly, trying to make sure that in at least one course they take in their freshman year and one course they take in their sophomore year and so on, that there is an assignment or project, something where they're having an opportunity to look at the entrepreneurial nature of this. How would a customer use it? How much value would they derive for it? What would it cost to deliver that value? What are the competitive attributes? Who else is trying to do this? What are the industry trends? Is this something that's hot and new, or are we at the end of the product life cycle? Just getting engineers to think about something more than the technical aspects of the product, but really the human market and revenue basis of the product. The other thing that we're doing is really emphasizing not just entrepreneurship, but intrapreneurship. And we have over 9,000 students here in the College of Engineering, and we don't necessarily need 9,000 new businesses in Ames every 4 years. That might be a little too much. But the companies that our students go to work for, those companies need innovative products. They need these students to think not just about the technical aspects of what they're doing, but the market aspects of what they're doing. And these companies like John Deere and Caterpillar and Case New Holland, just to name 3, they're all companies that are in evolving markets. Their technology and the use of their products is all over the map, not just in the industrial or agricultural side, but also the commercial side. So we are trying to take these skills and let students know, hey, I don't care whether you're starting a business or you're innovating within your company, these are important skills to have. We have 8 fellows, faculty fellows in the College of Engineering, 1 in each department, whose job it is to mentor and get these students the help that they need so that they can be successful within our respective departments, but also working on ways that we can help the departments out as a whole, the College of Engineering internally, do things from a competitive nature, share resources, share opportunities. And that's where the Innovation Center really becomes a great resource for us, because it provides programming and opportunity for our engineering students to interact not just amongst themselves, but with students from the other colleges as well. So it's the Innovation Center has just been a terrific resource from that perspective. And then lastly, I want to mention the programs such as the Papa John Center that Judy, who was just up here, runs, provides site starters and Startup Factory and Okoboji Entrepreneurship Institute and all kinds of great programming that we want to make sure our engineering students are taking full advantage of, and that we're providing the best students we have that have the best ideas and the most momentum to take advantage of those resources so that we have a much greater ecosystem of success here at Iowa State. With that, let's take a look at some of our student contestants.
And just to be clear, there may not be engineers. So the students can sign up for any time slot throughout the
Great,
day.
great.
So this is your hour and you're the judge, but you may have students from other disciplines.
Great.
Just to
I
make
will
sure
look forward to it.
clear before we get that. So. Get going. Francis, come on in, Francis. Francis, you're going to stand at the mic, take that ass off the Randy's. Caitlin's going to give you a 2-minute countdown, and then we get 3 minutes Q&A. This is Dave Sly, he's our judge for the hour.
Hello.
College of Engineering.
Okay.
Start when you're ready.
Okay, so as I was walking to class, or not class, but just the library today to campus, there was so much wind, and I was just thinking, what if there wasn't this wind? Like, it would be fine, the snow would be pretty. And I think that a lot of people find themselves thinking that. And one place where this is kind of winter inspired. It's not really a winter product, but it is with weather. So one place that the wind is a problem is that on campus this year, they brought the Wi-Fi outside, which was really nice because people love being outside. It's a morale booster just to be in the sun. And when we're stuck inside studying and it's warm out, people just want to be outside, want to be done. They're unproductive. So I think if we build some type of contraption that is very portable and small, and it kind of is conformed to the tables that are the circular tables that are outside all over campus. Students could just easily set it up, and they could wrap a wind blocker type of contraption around these tables so that they could study outside, still get the sun, be outside, but not have the wind blowing and disrupting their productivity.
Great. So do you envision this windbreak as something that the students would bring with themselves and carry around, or do you think this is something that would be installed by campus and it would be like a physical part of the chair?
So I think it would be a great thing if it was installed by campus, like into each table. It could be maybe somehow in the bench, and you could pull it out, something retractable possibly. Or if that's not feasible, I'm not really an engineer, so I don't really know how that design stuff might work, but it might be possible. But maybe people could rent it from the library and just take it out to a table. And it could be set up as easily as like a hammock, which a lot of people do, and it's
Well, the hammocks, I think people bring themselves. So maybe to that point, and I guess you're right, they could rent
Yeah.
a hammock as well.
Mhm.
You didn't mention the sun in the summer. You're thinking about winter. I know this is a winter project, but perhaps maybe it's a type of canopy that could be either on the side or the top to
Mhm.
protect comfort from, you said the wind or the elements. Maybe if it's raining, they would put it on, and you see this being possibly in there.
Mhm. Yeah, and maybe like a mosquito net on the top, because I know that was another thing that prevented me from going to study outside. I would just sit down, and then I would sit there for as long as I could until I got aggravated by the bugs.
Great. All right.
You good? All
Yeah.
questions? All right.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Caleb?
Stand at the mic. And don't turn on the cords there. You can take your mask off. This is Dr. Dave Sly, who is our judge for the day. Okay,
Hello.
we're gonna
Hi,
do a
Doug.
2-minute countdown.
Nice to
and
meet you.
2 minutes of Q&A. And stand up to the mic,
Okay.
and you're gonna tell us about a solution to winter. Yes,
I can start
you
anytime.
can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, my name is Caleb Clement. And one thing I've noticed ever since COVID-19 began is the difficulty of men with the big, thick, full beards experience with wearing masks, whether they have to scrunch them up or scrunch their beard up to fit under the mask. And some may say just shave it off, but there's a number of reasons that men need their beards, such as a thick, full beard can actually protect against the sun's harmful UV rays and insulate your face against inclement weather conditions. And a lot of the men I know with thick, full beards are out working in these inclement weather conditions every day, so they don't want to shave their beard off. A couple other things it can do, keeps your face more moisture, healthier, where you're not shaving it every day. You aren't putting little cuts and scratches in it, and actually keeps those pores closed versus shaving. Opens the pores up to bacterial infection, and it also increases confidence. So maybe I shouldn't have shaved yet. But my solution for that is a beard mask. Similar to this, it will hook on your ears, and the part that covers your nose and mouth would obviously be much smaller because this fits down over my chin. But then additional to that, there would be straps, kind of like a chin strap on a football helmet, that hook with Velcro under your beard. And because they're Velcro, they are adjustable and fit comfortably around any beard. any make, any model. And you buy one as a gift for your stubborn family member with a beard, because you know they don't like masks. Thank you.
Great. So do you, as you bring that up, it would seem that it would also keep maybe the beard tucked up a little bit, maybe provide some additional temperature
Regulation, yeah.
insulation. And I could also see, maybe you said that these people work physically outdoors. It's perhaps a safety concern that their beard is caught in things, and they could see this as an opportunity to kind of keep their beard close to their face so it doesn't get caught in any loose spinning machinery.
Yeah, that
I
would
was
work good.
thinking about that as well as you're looking at the value proposition of this mask. So do you see any stylistic aspects? Is this like a Carhartt mask, or is this a paper mask? What type of materials are you considering?
When I think of these type of beards, I think of Carhartt. So I think it would be Carhartt canvas would look pretty cool.
Okay.
Or you could design it to look like a football chin strap. That's another.
Okay, so you're
alternative.
thinking about sports insignia on your mask, perhaps?
That or big rugged outdoor man.
How do you anticipate marketing these? Where do you see that these would be sold?
Probably online marketing platforms such as Facebook, and would be one of the easier ways to reach a larger audience.
How do you see this as something that companies might be encouraged to provide for their employees, their bearded employees? Is this something that you could get a commercial outlet on, maybe?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I could definitely see that happening.
And where do you think these would be produced? What might they cost to produce? Have you thought about those aspects?
I have not thought about production cost yet, or in any of those aspects.
Have you seen any similar products being offered for beards? or other
Before
types of-
before this, I was researching, trying to find something like it, and I looked up beard mask, and even then I looked on Etsy and I couldn't find anything, but I did find like masks that long that just go down all the way over your beard. And one thing, I don't have my other mask, but one thing I noticed with that mask is it's bigger and bulkier than that, and it's nowhere near the length of those full beard mask, and I don't like just the bulkiness aspect of it. So
Okay.
that is one plus positive to my design.
What about the possibility of like a face shield as opposed to, allowing you to keep your beard fully down instead of a mask? Do you see a face shield being a competitive product or not to your bearded mask idea?
I don't really see that as a competitor, as if you're wearing it when you're, I guess if you're out working outdoors, you might not need a mask, so it wouldn't really be needed there. But if you would need a mask in that instance, like say it's cold out and you just want a mask on to keep your face warm, then it's not as, if you're doing labor intensive hard work, I don't see a face mask being very, very helpful.
Okay, so we're out of time. Thanks, Caleb.
Thank you.
So we're gonna put a pause until we wait for the next presenters.
Rebecca.
College of Engineering, he's our judge for the day.
Awesome. Good to meet
Caleb will
you.
do a timer back there so you can see a 2-minute
Perfect.
countdown, and then you get 3 minutes of Q&A.
Awesome.
And you are welcome to remove your mask while you're talking.
Awesome.
Get started here.
Okay.
All right, and you're in the category of an innovation for winter.
Winter months. Yes.
You got it.
Okay. Are you guys comfortable with me removing? my
Yeah,
mask?
go ahead.
Okay. Great. Oh. Well, hello, and thank you for being here today. My name is Rebecca Hall, and I'm here today to present a solution to a problem that nearly 20% of Americans face each year. What problem am I talking about? Well, the winter blues, of course. As many of you know, some people face depressive symptoms around the onset of winter months. However, unlike depression, the symptoms of seasonal affective disorder, otherwise known as the winter blues, have a very easy treatment to them: the sun's rays. Unfortunately, many of us live in climates where getting the appropriate amount of the sun's rays for our mental health is incapable due to the cold winter climates. That is where Reflective Solutions comes into play. Reflective Solutions is a window attachment system which utilizes both the reflective nature of the sun as well as optimal angle of incidence in order to provide more sun's rays into your home throughout the winter months. Not only does our window attachment system utilize sun tracking technology to give you the optimal angle of incidence of the sun's rays into your home, but it also utilizes the material aluminum oxynitride, which is highly optical transmittal compound, which has greater than 85% optical transmission, which is much greater than your typical glass. So this window attachment system will provide greater UV rays into your home as well as light scattering so that you can help better combat the winter blues. There are a few things out there today for seasonal affective disorder. However, there are negative implications to some of those therapies, such as high eye strain and insomnia related to poor therapy. So our window attachment systems will help combat winter blues without you even having to think about it. So I urge you, the next time you're feeling a little bit down in the dumps in those winter seasons, look towards Reflective Solutions and things might just get a bit brighter. Thank
Great,
you.
Very good. So is this something that goes on the inside of the window or the outside of the window?
A little bit of both. So you'd have a system that would be on the outside of the window that could catch the sun, and then it will pop it in to the inside of the window, which has a separate mirror that will also be changing as the sun.
So there are basically two mirrors, one on the outside, one on the inside, and they're pointing to each other to kind of direct more of the rays in.
Exactly. And then depending, I'm sure there would be different pay grades or different price ranges. Like I said, the aluminum nitric oxide, oxynitride, is quite an expensive ceramic material, but your standard glass in mirrors is not very effective at producing that reflection. So that's why I went towards the aluminum oxynitride.
So I'm assuming then that means that the outside and the inside mirrors are moving.
Yes.
So how are you powering those?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's something to kind of look forward to, would be hopefully solar powered. So then you wouldn't have to have any, income, any operating cost associated with that.
Okay. And how do you anticipate selling these?
I would anticipate just through first off, finding who is affected by seasonal affective disorder, and then reaching out to them and saying here's a more cost-effective way to treat your seasonal affective disorder than some of the light therapy techniques that are out there already.
So are you thinking about like from a medical angle or a health club angle, or are you thinking more like Amazon? What was kind of?
Yeah, I think more of a person to person, so more of an Amazon type angle, less medical push, I would say. Yeah.
So have you considered what these might sell for and what they might cost to build?
I have not. I like I said, I think that there would be probably different price points. You could probably have a more elementary version where like you yourself could either input certain stats to help the like sun tracking technology, or you yourself could like manually automate it. And then obviously like higher technology would be higher price, and higher aluminum nitride content would be a higher price as well.
Okay, good. Those are questions I had.
Awesome.
All right, well, thanks a lot, Becca. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes.
She's chemical engineering student.
Okay. Very good.
Always coming behind.
Okay, good.
They close it. I sent her a text. I think that's what she needs to do. Come on in. Hey, how are you?
I'm well, how are you today?
Good. You're gonna sit up by that, sit up. You're gonna stand up by the mic.
Okay, I can sit if you want me to.
No, you can stand. I'll let you stand. So.
I can take this off in here.
You can take it, yep, when you're talking, just talk into the mic. This is Dave Slide. He's your judge.
Hello.
Hi, Dave.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Caleb will
Nice to
give you
meet
a
you.
2-minute timer countdown to let you know that you got to wrap up at 2 minutes, and you got 3 minutes for tonight. Judy, so nice to meet you, and you can start moving.
Greetings, Judy. Hello, my name is Mohammed. How would I like to start today? That's okay. First, I'm gonna start by taking a deep breath.
Go right ahead. And you're gonna solve a winter problem for us, right?
I'm going to provide you an innovation meant to be used in the winter. Yes.
Great, excellent.
Yes. All right, I'm ready. Well, today I'd like to talk to you about the synergy that can be found in the science of cymatics, as well as the science of water and the removal of snow. If you're from the Midwest, or if you're somebody who lives anywhere where winter weather is a decent part of the year, you understand the struggles that come along with removing snow. When you wake up in the morning, sometimes when you go to sleep, depending on when you have to go to work. And cymatics is actually the tool that would be utilized in this innovation. So it would be a synthesis of cymatics and snow removal in the form of hexagonal tiles, which are embedded with subwoofers inside of them. And these hexagonal tiles connect together to make up a sheet that can run over the top of your car from the front hood over the ceiling and to the back. And using the power of sound, which has been shown in scientific study by Dr. Hans Jenny, to actually change the molecular structure of water. So snowflakes or even petri dishes filled with water have been viewed underneath microscopes with sound waves flowing through them that change the structure. So you can use that cymatics potentially in the future to alter the structure of solidified snow over the top of a vehicle, and especially over windshields where it can tend to freeze. And the subwoofers inside of the hexagonal squares would only be produced using medical grade polyurethane to allow the vibrations to spread through it, copper, aluminum, and minor other materials in the polyurethane family. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe you could tell me a little bit about, you said this is like a blanket of these tiles. How big are these individual hexagonal tiles?
6 inches by 6 inches was my ideal per
tile.
size. Per tile, yeah, 6 inches by
Okay.
6 inches. And so if you could imagine for a typical, 4-door family car or an SUV, it would probably be 15 tiles across by 25 or 30 tiles long. And obviously it would be something that you could customize to fit the length of your vehicle. And that's all stuff that would have to.
So if I put a blanket on my car and it snows, obviously I'm not necessarily getting snow on the car, I just have it on the blanket. So I'm trying to understand how, what real value is this offering versus just putting a blanket over my car?
Well, do you have any blankets that vibrate?
No, I don't.
Do you have any blankets that play sound?
No.
Okay, well, if you did have a blanket that played sound or a blanket that vibrated, you could potentially use that science to your advantage to entirely shift the makeshift of snow that's on top of your car, trapping you from getting inside of it. Now, with an ordinary quilt from your grandmother, I don't think the same is going to be possible.
So you're saying the snow would pile up on the blanket otherwise, but you're saying in your case that you're preventing the snow from actually accumulating.
Actually, I would say that what I'm doing using the science of sound and vibration is either using the sound itself as a vibratory force that can move the snow, or using the electromagnetic frequencies that is what sound and vibration is made of to heat up the temperature of anything that's covering it. It could be ice, it could be snow, it could be sleet.
So why
Could be
wouldn't I want to
leaves.
use an electric blanket? Where's the value of the cymatics relative to, let's say, a heating coil and electric blanket to generate that melting force?
Well, I don't know too much about electric blankets because I don't use one. But what I do use is multiple blankets covered on top of each other. And even if you did have a very nice blanket that was heated and had very high electrical power, able to hold a decent amplitude so that I could heat up hot enough to melt snow, you would need probably way more of those blankets, and it would probably be, very, very degraded after 1 or 2 uses. And in the case of something like medical grade polyurethane with subwoofers inside of it, you would have, and this is of course a product tailored to people who want the convenience of being able to come out to their car and melt the snow off or shake it off real quickly, rather than put in the hard work shoveling it off or paying their kids to do it. So in this case, it really just depends on the value that you're getting versus the trade-off, which would be the monetary cost that you pay for the product.
Well, I can see that both products would work. I'm either going to heat the snow or I'm going to vibrate the snow, right? To both your points that I'm removing the snow from the blanket, if I understand your invention correctly. That before it snows, I put this blanket on before it snows.
Yeah, so you'd use the tiles as a sort of buffer between the elements of weather and your vehicle. But I do want to ask you if you know of any manufacturers of heated blankets that produce them for vehicles.
I don't, but I think one of the concerns would be the possibility that the heat from the blanket might harm the paint or the car. And so in your case, your cymatics, if it's working, if it has the same effect, you might be able to make the case that the sound vibration won't hurt the car, like a heated coil might hurt a car.
Absolutely.
Yet both of them would generate the snow removal. You could also possibly make a case that your sound frequencies take less electricity than heating coils on a blanket. So those would be areas you might look at from a competitive advantage.
Absolutely. Yeah. Of course, this is not an invention to me, it's an innovation. So it's constantly changing, right? So that would be probably the added benefit of keeping things open, would be whichever mode of technological advancement develops the quickest and has the most advantages for cost.
All right, well, good job. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Hope you all have a great day.
You too.
Stay warm. I don't have any blankets for you yet.
Thanks, Louis.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can take a minute. So the next group, we're the first 3 canceled. So we got plenty of time.
Okay.
So what you'll do, we'll keep the cameras running, but you have to decide who
Yes.
you're gonna give $100 to.
Okay.
And then we'll ask you to come up to the microphone, announce who you want to give them to, and make any comments you want to any of the students about how they did or why.
So they don't come back. I'm just announcing that to here,
camera.
to the camera. Okay. All right. Give me a couple of seconds here.
There's no,
So the other people that have spoken typically will go through and present to each candidate how they did, or do they just focus on the candidate that won? What's the, or do they try to make a comment for each candidate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a little bit, but mostly here, this is what I liked, that I saw.
Okay.
You guys did a good job at this. And the reason I chose this candidate was
Okay.
because of that. So,
I think I'm ready.
all right. Good luck. So you should have
3, 4.
3, 4 of them. Yep.
Okay, hello, everybody. Well, I get the tough job of deciding who the winner is. We had 4 excellent presentations here in this particular College of Engineering sponsored segment. Once again, I'm Dave Sly, Director of Entrepreneurship for the College of Engineering. I'm going to award our #1 position to Becca Hall, I believe. She did an excellent job. What I really liked about Becca's presentation is you could tell that she was practiced, she was polished. She started with a really nice story. She ended with a really nice story. And in the middle, she really amplified that story. And it really made for a much more contiguous presentation that was much more impactful because of her forethought in creating this, I guess you'd say, presentation experience. The other thing I really liked about Becca's invention idea was the fact that you could tell she put a lot of time into the science behind the idea, the concept of the two mirrors and the material that they were covered with. I tried to ask a bunch of questions and she responded very quickly and well. So she'd really thought through this. One of the most important questions was, how are you going to power this? And her comment immediately on, well, obviously solar power will make the most sense, was just right on target. So I think she had a really good answer. And also when we talked about commercialization, who's going to buy it? How are you going to sell it? What's it cost? She didn't have the cost area. That was probably her only weakness on that, but she had really thought through the other distribution things. So I think from a whole picture perspective, Becca really knocked it out of the park, and really kudos to Becca on that presentation. I really want to say that the runner-up was Mohammed. Mohammed did also a great job, excellent presentation skills, excellent time in front of the camera. So real kudos there. Maybe with a little bit more practice and polish, that would have been good. I hit him with a number of technical questions, and you could tell he hadn't really thought through all those aspects yet, which is fine. I mean, this is an innovation pitch. This is supposed to be on the fly. So I thought, once again, his idea was very good. Certainly one worth serious consideration. I think the fact that the sound waves might be a better way to tackle the snow removal mitigation than heat that I brought up, even though that might be something he could think a little bit more about. Regardless, certainly something that offers further details. With a little more practice and a little more research on his idea, he was definitely a very close runner-up. So congratulations, Mohammed. I did want to say that both Francis and Caleb also did a really good job. Francis had the windbreak idea, and Caleb had the beard face mask. Both of those were a little more on the far outside of things relative to the two that came a little bit closer in, but I really want to give them kudos. I think Francis's idea actually makes a lot of sense. If there were things that we could put out there in the courtyard areas, which could be maybe act both as a windbreak, maybe a break against rain and sleet, a break against the sun on super hot days, something that could be durable but also movable. There's a lot of need for that, and I think if a little more thought, she may have a great business idea. And Caleb, the beard mask is certainly something I've seen, the funniness of people with beards having to wear masks. I'll just say I hope that we don't have to have masks much longer. Hopefully that's not an idea that has any long-term viability. So, but great job on all four of you. I really appreciate you for participating, and we enjoyed watching your pitches. Thank you.
Great, Dave, and thank you for your partnership. You've been a partner in entrepreneurship for many, many years, and we appreciate it. So we will start the last session won't start till 4:15. Everything's going to be pushed back a little bit for this last session. So about 4:15, and you'll meet a representative of the Ivy College of Business to talk about entrepreneurship innovation in that college. And then we'll have our final sets of pitches. So thank you so much.
All right, well, thanks, Judy.
An innovation that replaces a dreaded chore.
And there's only one person? What you said?
One's here right now, but there's 5.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm just gonna do the intro, but I'm not staying for all that.
No, so we first talk about the college program and then we'll bring the students in, and that's their channel. So I'll do real quick. Are we live? Oh, we're live. Cool. Okay, we are at the top of the hour with, a little past the top of the hour, with our 6th challenge of the day, an innovation to replace a dreaded chore. But before we have the students come in and present, our college to feature of the hour is the Ivy College of Business. We are also part of the Ivy College of Business, but with us today is Annalena, who teaches entrepreneurship in the Ivy College of Business, complemented by Tom Swartwood from our Papa John Center team to talk about all the opportunities for students in the Ivy College of Business. So Annalena, thank you for joining us. And Annalena will be serving as our judge this afternoon.
Okay, hello.
Audience is the camera.
Hello, everybody. My name is Annalena Parhangangas, and I'm Kingland Professor of Entrepreneurship at Ivy College of Business. I'm super excited to be here today at the improv pitch competition, and I will say a couple of words about the entrepreneurship activities at the Ivy College. The Ivy College at Iowa State University have been focusing on entrepreneurship for more than 20 years. And actually, it was the Ivy College, it was the first public university in Iowa to introduce undergraduate major in entrepreneurship. And we were only the 8th in the country to offer a PhD specialization in entrepreneurship. And all this investment and commitment to entrepreneurship has really paid off. So this year, Iowa State University ranked number 11 for entrepreneurship by Princeton Review rankings. So currently, we are offering a major and minor in entrepreneurship for undergraduates. We offer a graduate certificate in entrepreneurship, and we are applying for a master's degree in entrepreneurship. In addition, our college offers a truly interdisciplinary entrepreneurship minor that involves 26 colleges. And we really emphasize and focus on experiential learning. And the Papa John Center that is under the Ivy College offers entrepreneurship learning community, entrepreneurship club, speaker series, summer boot camp, SciStarter Summer Accelerator, college by college and innovation pitch and business plan competitions, startup internships, startup co-working events, hackathons, just to mention a couple of examples. And over 3,500 students have participated in these entrepreneurship activities outside of the classroom this year. So next I'm going to hand it over to my awesome colleague, Tom Swartwood, and he's going to talk a little bit more about entrepreneurship at Ivy. Tom, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Annalena. So that was a terrific intro. Even I forget all the things that we do in support of entrepreneurship and student entrepreneurs. And I was just talking with a young colleague that one of our goals, and I think a primary goal in these academic offerings, is not just to foster startups, because that's hard and it's not for everybody, but it's to encourage and nurture an entrepreneurial mindset throughout the students in the Ivy College in particular. But I can say from my experience, because of the foundation that Annalena described, I've been invited to speak in the event and retail classrooms run by Linda Neem. I've been in 6 different sections of computer science, software engineering classes to help them develop more entrepreneurial chops and skills in their classrooms. Judy and I, Judy is the director of the Papa John Center, have worked with the music department, and we're going to try to get that rejuvenated. So we're trying to take this business ethos of entrepreneurship and really focus on the mindset. And I, in fact, believe that the startups will come behind that, but that an entrepreneurial mindset in this day and age, in this crazy environment in which we live, is critically important. Annalena listed the great programs we have. A recent one that has been extremely popular off campus is the Start Something series. with subject matter experts on everything from digital marketing to Etsy marketing to technical consulting, where we had colleagues from across campus join us. The Papa John Center is the nexus among the academic centers and colleges here on the campus and our rich and growing ecosystem in central Iowa, extending to the other region schools, one of the 5 Papa John centers in the state, which is a unique collaboration in the country, right to all 99 counties through our extension system. It's a great privilege to be at a place with such top-down commitment from the president to our dean, to our director, and to these, we have these outstanding people. And I laugh because I was like, oh my God, what am I doing with these people like Annalena, like some of my colleagues with PhDs and who are experts in many of the business disciplines, but have chosen to focus on entrepreneurship. It really is a unique collaboration. And we welcome all of you and we hope you all get involved.
Thank you. This won't be about me. This won't be about
This
me.
won't, no.
So Ray, you can stand up here. You're welcome to take your mask off when you present. Sydney's going to give you a 2-minute timer, and then you get 3 minutes Q&A. And Lena is our judge today from the Ivy College of Business.
Okay, cool.
You can start whenever you're ready.
It was May 2019, and the passive aggressive dirty dish wars was 3 weeks in. Dishes were stacked to the ceiling, not a clean dish was found anywhere in the house. Somebody just had to break down and do the dishes already, and it sure as heck wasn't going to be me. My name is Ray Schmidt, and this is the Silent Scrubber. Although it looks just like a Tide Pod, drop it in and watch it magically clean all your dishes at once. Now your pre-soak will become your post-soak as you fill up an entire basin full of hot water, submerge your dishes, and drop in one of these bad boys, and watch as it dissolves all the food from your plates, the liquid from your cups, and even that half a pan of brownies your roommate made 2 weeks ago and never shared with you. Our patented technology dissolves all of this magically. So by doing this, you save time on dishes, you save friendships, and you may even save lives.
You get to go for questions.
Do you have to rinse the dishes afterwards?
You don't. It dissolves. It goes through its own cycle like a dishwasher would.
How much will it cost?
Roughly, each one of these would be about 50 cents a piece with buying in bulk, and you could buy individual units to test it out as well.
Okay, and how long does it take? How long do your dishes have to sit in the?
It's an hour-long process.
Okay, about the same as a dishwasher.
Yeah, my dishwasher at home is 2.5 hours, so it would save me time on dishwashers as well.
And it's environmentally friendly?
It is. So all the products are non-GMO, naturally grown, and it can dissolve, very consumable, unlike a Tide Pod. So very safe, very healthy.
Is it friendly to your pipes as well? So it's not gonna clog them with?
Yeah, so we specially made it so it's designed to handle different types of dishware, whether that's glass, porcelain, even plastic. I wouldn't recommend paper plates though, so they might dissolve in the water itself. But yes, for a variety of dish styles. The Secret Scrubber. Yeah.
Do you have any competition in the market?
I don't have any competition within this given market, but of course there's Dawn dish soap and there's dishwashers. So it kind of nicely fits between the two, but there would not be immediate competition. We would be a first mover in that aspect.
And who's your target market? Do you have any special segments that you particularly?
My first target market would be college students, because I know that's an area of household tension. A lot of roommates are actually broken up because of dish-related conflicts. So go for college students and then expand the market from there.
That carries beyond college into marriage.
Yeah, so
It certainly does.
We get them early while they're in college and they become hooked on the brand and then they take it into their later lives, whether they're in a 1-bedroom apartment and they have nobody to blame for not doing the dishes. And there might be some self-actualization there, but moving forward and they could be in their married lives and also have this ease of dish use.
And you don't have to buy a dishwasher, right?
No, and so that really works for more urban places that don't have dishwashers and smaller apartments, so saving you space as well. Cool. Thank you.
This is Annalena, who is our ID College Business faculty member and entrepreneurship, who's our judge today. Sydney's gonna give you a 2-minute timer. And then you get 3 minutes for Q&A. And you're gonna tell us about a chore that we want to have solved.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you can start whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Isaac Meyerholz, and growing up, I've always done the dirty work. Around my family, I would feed all my chickens, and another one of the chores that I was assigned was actually cleaning all the toilet bowls in my house. And while that was great for building character when I was younger, and you won't believe some of the crap I've seen, now that we're in the 21st century, I think it's time that we put cleaning toilet bowls behind us. Actually, the first flushing toilet bowl was invented in 1596. And since then, we've seen really no major innovations. That's almost 400 years without any innovation, while we've seen laundry and dishwashing all come in that time. So I present to you a new innovation in the toilet bowl industry called the troll bowl. Similar to a troll hiding underneath the bridge and only coming out when needed, so does the bowl troll come out only when needed. Basically, I don't see people paying to attach this to their toilet, but I see now in future toilets that are rolled out, they all come with the bowl troll. Simply, it's installed at the very back of the bowl, and when you flush, you have the option to also turn on your bowl troll, which will cover the toilet bowl, completely seal it, and then basically spray jets that will completely clean your toilet bowl, similar to like a power wash happening inside your bowl. It's completely sealed, and also there will be an option, kind of like in your top tank of your toilet bowl, to put in maybe any essential oils or different fragrances that you choose into a small compartment that will go into your bowl and create it into a fresh and pristine environment. That is my solution to the toilet bowl problem. Thank you.
Yeah, that's certainly a chore that we all dislike. So this is an attachment, or you can just attach it to any toilet bowl, or yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking like, I personally wouldn't pay to buy one right now, but I'm like thinking even in America's like top homes, like celebrity homes, there is like still no solution to clean the toilet, which I think is just kind of unacceptable. So we need an answer.
You certainly do. So how much is it, and where are you going to distribute it? And
Yeah, I think I would work directly with toilet bowl manufacturers right now to get it attached and coming with all toilet bowls, because if you're choosing between two toilet bowls or the whole toilet, and one is $50 more than the other, and it comes with self-cleaning for the rest of its life, I would definitely choose that. So that's kind of my idea, is that it's just simply packaged in with the toilet probably.
okay, so you will have to collaborate with our toilet bowl manufacturers. Yeah.
That'd be the dream.
And you would think it would be something like $50 on top
Yeah.
of that. Yeah, right.
That's my
Okay. I guess I don't want to be too detailed about this cleaning of the toilet bowls, but
Yeah.
but I'll have to ask this, because sometimes, I think cleaning up the toilet bowl is not that much of a problem, but I even hate more like cleaning the seats and, the under the lid and all of that. So does that solve that problem, or is it just for the bowl?
It's really just the bowl, because it seals up the bowl, but I was thinking it it can come with, you could like put antibacterial stuff into your dropper and really good smelling stuff. So it covers a few problems in one. I was really trying to decide if I should make the crap joke or not. Innovate.
So there's just a button. I'm just trying to figure out how that would work. So
Yeah, like
So
similar
in-
to some toilet bowls have bidets, right? And the button's like divided into two. It could
Yeah.
be something similar to that where you either have your bowl troll or you just regular flush, depending on what you just did.
Yeah. Yeah, have you ever, the Japanese have really advanced and sophisticated toilets. They don't have this function, but you can wash your butt, you can analyze, what's going on with your diet and all of that. So you may want to look into those
Yeah.
and add that
Maybe
in terms of
collab.
the technology and collaborate. So
Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
I just think it'd be interesting if you sort of like, as if it came together, but then like also like as an attachment. So
Yeah.
that you don't have to like buy a whole new toilet just to have it, like put it on the toilet you already have. Type of thing.
Yeah, I'm down for it.
So you have to figure out.
Yeah,
Yeah, attachment would be handy. So.
coming soon. Maybe.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
for your time.
Thanks, Seth. What, Connor? Stand at the microphone. Professor Annalena from the Ivy College of Business. I can't say your last name properly, so I was like Professor Annalena.
Annalena's fine.
And Cindy's gonna give you a 2-minute timer.
Perfect.
You're welcome to remove your mask while you're presenting. And you can start when you're ready. Philip.
So growing up, we've always had chores that we dreaded doing, whether it be doing the dishes or throwing out the garbage. For me, it's been weeding the garden. No matter how much time I spend weeding the garden, there's always an extra weed I have to pull, and not to mention they always grow back. For me, this innovation I came up with to solve this issue was to create a solar powered robot, like a Roomba vacuum, to weed all of the pesky weeds. The robot will use sensors to see if it runs into something. If the soil underneath the robot has a bump in it, it'll have a weed whacker wire underneath it to cut the weed and then continue moving. To prevent it cutting bigger plants that we like to keep, whenever the robot hits something, it will hit the root and then turn to find a different weed to pick. Another thing you can do is with the wheels, you can have them be roughed up. So whenever it drives around the soil, it can rough up the terrain, preventing new weeds from forming. Another issue that I found with this would be where we have small plants we like to keep that have not yet sprouted their big roots. To solve this issue, we could include metal framing around that you can place down around them. So when the robot hits it, it can just rotate and not have to mow it. The biggest benefit I see to this is the time saved weeding the gardens, and also the benefit of not having to spray harmful chemicals into the soil. I look forward to having a larger harvest with this innovation.
So how much would your robot cost?
A current Roomba is very pricey right now. I believe Roombas go for $500. So anything lower than that, this is of course a garden. You're probably not going to have the equivalent of $500 worth of fruit and vegetables grown in your garden. So it has to be cost effective. So I want to give us a competitive price. Currently, there's no other things like this. I did a brief Google search and there's nothing like this. So I believe in a competitive price of roughly $250 because of all the programming, all the solar powers, electrical stuff that goes into it, and also the engineering of the need to have motors and other things like that. I believe will be roughly between $200, $300 would be a competitive price, and also a very profitable price, I would imagine.
Yeah, weeding the garden, that's really a tough job, and I think there would be a lot of demand for that. But I think, as you said, many gardeners would be worried about the robot cutting the real plant and not being able to distinguish between the.
Yeah, so the way
weeds
I
and-
see it is kind of the robot will have a radius of about a foot.
Uh-huh.
And the weed whacker wire will not be longer, or will
Mhm.
not have a radius of more than half a foot. That
Mhm.
means anything under, they'll only cut things underneath the robot. So if it hits a root, it can't possibly cut the root because the wire can't reach that far. So that's kind of gonna be the solution to not cutting those vital roots that already has sprung.
Okay. So what about when the plants are younger and they are just growing, so it doesn't miss staying?
Yeah, so kind
Yeah.
of the way I address that issue is that you have these little metal fencing, kind
Mhm.
of if you grew tomato plants, you put those really big ones, they're about 3 feet tall over it, so the roots can go through them. You can do the same thing, except have small ones, so then when the robot hits it, the sensor detects it hits something strong, and then it'll just rotate off of it. Of course, you gotta make sure you correctly set up the fencing, but I mean, there's always gonna be room for error, so I see the best compromise we can make for that.
Mhm. And then you can just leave it alone doing.
Yeah,
the
because it's
garden.
gonna be solar powered. You can also probably include a charging mainly for
Mhm.
cloudy days.
Mhm.
And if it's not, I mean, you can just plug it in and just let it do its thing. And having a simple on button, I mean, it's gonna be programmed. There's no mapping you gotta do. There's nothing you gotta plan out. This kind of does it because it's automated. And I know this is possible because I already previously made this in the class. So this technology exists and it's widely accessible.
And what would be your target market, your
Homeowners, just
homeowner, just any homeowners?
Yeah, I mean, homeowners just want a small garden. They can probably make a bigger one, buy more plants. Or if we want to scale this and make this to bigger farmers, we could possibly make bigger, more industrial grade trimmers. And that's kind of scalability of how far you want to take this. But for now, I think consumers would be the best option.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you. That's a cool idea.
This is Annalena, who's your judge today for Ivy College Business. This is Sydney, who's going to give you a 2-minute.
And I can,
And you may take that off while you're presenting, yep.
awesome.
You know.
A couple of weeks ago, I was shopping with 3 of my female friends, and I remember hearing the phrase, I think he's a summer type. Oh, maybe he's a spring type. I'm not really sure. And I had no idea what they were talking about. Matching your style with your outfit is such a daunting task. Studies show that on average, we spend 15 minutes every day trying to decide what to wear. In that same study, 30% of the people reported being so angry that they would throw clothes across the room because they couldn't decide what they wanted to wear. Is that really a way you want to start your day? No. Unfortunately, the way that you present yourself is extremely important. Did you know that by wearing glasses, you appear 10% more intelligent and 5% more trustworthy? However, 10% less attractive. My name is Seth, and I'm a published scientist, and I'll be getting my PhD in physics next year. And I want to look at this from a scientific perspective. What is matching? And is this something that we can apply science to? And the answer is yes. Fashion follows clear patterns that can be written into algorithms that can be receive many variables to create a very customizable system for each person. Outfit picking is a balance between this kind of the setting that you want to be in. For example, is this an interview? Is this a date? Is this a party? What do I wear? And also, or what temperature is it outside? You know? And of course, about your feelings. Do I want to convey power and authority today? Do I want to be noticed today? Do I not want to be noticed today? The solution is Entity, an app that can match your features, eye color, face shape, skin tone, body shape, and even personality. The app also contains an API that can access weather. You're presented with several outfits you can swipe through that give you different color inspirations. It isn't about ordering clothing. It's about matching colors and styles that you already have in your wardrobe, while also giving you inspiration for choices. So in a world where your presentation and appearance is so important, make it so without adding the stress and time by getting Entity, the easy and quick wardrobe app that is based on real science. Thank you. Sorry about the time. I started getting really fast when I realized that. 2 minutes. So do you have any questions for me about this? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
So this is an app that picks up clothes for you?
So yeah, so it just gives you like inspirations. So
Or
you just
suggestions or?
Yeah, or suggestions. So like you put in your sort of like your settings, like you can have swipe of like what kind of settings is this? Is this formal? Is this whatever? And it will give you different suggestions and colors based off of those the feelings that you have or that the setting that you have.
So would it, do you also inventory your wardrobe so it could pick up from there? Or?
It just, so it's sort of inspiration. So it just gives you these sort of outfits and colors. So you say, okay, these colors go good with this, and just gives you different suggestions, just for inspiration. And also even like, again, inspiration for purchases. You can say, oh yeah, this goes really well. I need this as part of my outfit, so I should add this.
Yes. So how are you going to make money with it?
So we would sell, it would be like $1 a month a subscription that you would purchase.
I could easily see you, some advertising revenue for you, like
Yeah.
suggesting like outfits or things to buy.
Yeah, like links. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to do that, but who's your competition in the market?
So there's, yeah, so I remember, so early this morning I looked through and there's quite a few different like style apps, but a lot of them are like, you have to put in all this information about like, it's just not very easy to use. And it just takes, a lot of them are also based off of like selling things. So it's like, this is a good outfit, buy this outfit, but it doesn't really match it with your complexion. It's not really customized. So this app is based off of the customization, and it's based off of what kind of image you want to portray, not about what looks good on some model or something, because that model's not you, right? This is extremely personalized.
So the suggestions, are they in visualized form? Or is it kind of like just text, or how?
No, so it would show like, it would have a whole queue of just different types of tops, for example, different types of bottoms, and it would show like different ones that would match well with each other, with you, like with your complexion and with the variables that you feed the program or the algorithm.
That sounds cool. I could certainly use that.
Entity?
Entity.
Entities.
Where did I have to come up with that name?
It was like, I just looked through a bunch of other app names in fashion, and I was like, oh, it just gives me inspiration for something else that was similar in names, because it was like personalized to you. And I was like, oh, this is similar to Entity.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thank
Alrighty.
you.
Sarah, you'll have, take off
Can
your
I-
mask for
okay.
presenting, and I'll leave it, and sorry, actually, I get College of Business faculty
Hello.
entrepreneurship judge, and Sydney will give you a 2-minute timer.
Okay, can I move this a little bit lower?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm kind of short
I can
compared
just-
to. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So will it just start on my word? Okay. So hi, my name is Sarah Ng, and I absolutely hate mowing the lawn. I don't know about you, but I hate the feeling of pushing the heavy machinery in front of me for hours on end under the hot, overbearing sun, feeling all sticky and gross and just altogether nasty. So I introduce to you Alt Systems. Advanced lawn care technology is a new and revolutionary way to take care of your lawn.
This business really focuses on cutting and maintaining your lawn via robots. So our mower robot is actually named Ace. Ace is a rechargeable smart robot that works to effectively and quickly cut your grass. The thing about Ace is that to use it, you simply put it on the edge of your lawn and let it go, push start. Because of the motion technology and motion sensors inside of Ace, it automatically maps out your lawn, so you don't have to do anything specific about that. And after the pilot test run, it automatically remembers what it has done before. So you can use it again and again. Ace is user-friendly with lots of easy-to-reach buttons on the top of the robot itself, including an on-off switch and a start switch. It also includes an app that actually lets you program things to how you want it. So you can make your lawn match your personality. This includes making different designs in your lawn, such as lines or no lines, if that's what you prefer, as well as how high you want that grass to actually be like. You can also actually track Ace using GPS. So if you decide that you really want to multitask and want to grade papers as well as mow the lawn, you can do that. And if you're worried about safety, we've got you covered. Don't worry about that, because if anything large or sudden movements goes in front of the robot, it will automatically shut down completely. And the only way to restart that is to manually push the button on top. So there are no accidental restarts and no accidents coming from that perspective. So let's reevaluate lawn care and revolutionize it. Advanced lawn care technology systems. Try the alternate way to create beautiful lawns. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, I would certainly want to use Ace. I hate mowing the lawn. So it runs with electricity, or is it rechargeable? Or?
So it would be like a battery sort of thing that you can also recharge with a porting dock that you would get with the entire package.
So can you run it if you are away from home? You can just program it, leave it there, and there's a timer and it just goes out when it's supposed to be and then goes back to recharge.
Yeah, absolutely. So with the app, you can program it to do basically whatever you want. That's legal. And with the only thing you have to be careful about is making sure that you keep it a safe distance away from some animals that might be around, because it would stop for that just for safety.
How much is it?
I don't have an exact cost yet, but I do know that I don't want it to be too much more than a regular lawnmower, because I do believe that this is something that would be really beneficial, and I want it to be able for people to use who don't have enough time in the day to do all the things that they want to. So to gain back those hours that you would lose from mowing the lawn.
Mm-hmm. And you said that you are targeting people who are busy. So do you have any target market, because they are in direct competition, like you can hire somebody to do that for you, So what's your special target market who would be especially interested in this type of
I have actually talked to some friends who have sorry, pardon me, a couple of acres of land that is just grass. And they said it would be really beneficial because they have minimal trees and minimal things that would get in the way of that. And using that, they could just let it run. And instead of mowing for 6 hours, just have that while they do something else.
Right. So maybe people with larger.
Yeah.
Parts.
Hopefully, eventually, universities might be interested too, because they do have a lot of open space and it would save a lot of time.
So it's just mowing. It's not is it mulching it, or what about,
At the moment, it is only mowing. However, I have started looking into seeing if we can bag up those clippings or even mulching or various other lawn care things that it can do. So I have been looking into it.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
You too.
So now Professor Annalee has the hard job of you have to decide, you have to pick one, and one person will win $100. So when you have time to collect your thoughts, then we'll have you come up to the microphone and share your winner and maybe some feedback for the students on what you liked in the pitches or what was clever or what stood out to you. You can take as much time as you need to to make a decision. What? I'll just, unless how long do you think it'll take you?
I just maybe need 5 minutes or 4 minutes or so, yeah.
Okay, that was a tough round. So we will announce here the $100 winner in just a second. And I just want to thank all of you for tuning in today. Annalena, that's all yours.
So thank you so much for these excellent presentations. They were all awesome. And all of these apps and the products would really make our lives so much easier. So I faced a really difficult task to pick one winner because personally, I would like to give out an award to all presenters. But, and then this was a really hard task. But after a lot of deliberation, I decided that I would go with Sarah Ng and Ace, the lawnmower application. That was an excellent presentation. I love the product. It would certainly eliminate one of the most hated chores. It was a passionate presentation, and Sarah, you totally convinced me, with your pitch. So congratulations. And thank you for all the presenters. To me, all of you are winners. Thank you so much.
So Annalena teaches entrepreneurship in the Ivy College of Business. So sign up for her classes because she's awesome. And that is the end of our pitch events today. So great presentations. We gave away $600 to some students, so they get a little pocket change for their little improv pitch. And we want to thank you all for joining us today. And Annalena, thank you for being here.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
for having me.
Sydney, thank you for timing. And we're a wrap on the day. Innovate that out of state.